Y'all know about that background music that we got going on here. Probably should have done this yesterday for Valentine's Day. Could have started the whole day talking like this. Welcome in here, D'Lo and KC. This stock music is wild. I just needed to find a way to use it. I ain't even mad at this. It's called night driving. I don't know why. That's what it's called. Yeah, coming in like, hey, welcome in here to D'Lo and KC. I got in here early, had some work to do. I was like, let's mess around with this. I think Jesse's right. This is gonna live forever now. This is how the show starts. The show starts with night driving music. See KC just checking in like, KC, this is how we're starting the show from now on. Hold on, let me put the overlay back up. See as we hit the loop here. Oh, you know what it is. It's D'Lo and KC. Y'all picked the right time. Y'all picked the right time to tune in. We got the professor. Jason Jones, set to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. That's how we doing it. Let's go, baby. No, there actually was a reason for me getting in here early. What's up, crew? If y'all could,
what you call it, overlay or underbed?
I don't know. That's a good question. What did I used to call that? Beds. That's what I used to call them, beds. So they'd be under.
Yeah. Underbed.
Yeah, I used to call them the beds.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get some good beds right there to talk over. I used to talk over, because the rule was you couldn't talk over a song. Like you couldn't do a break with a beat to a song that we played. That was the rule.
Really?
It was confusing. Yeah.
Don't they do that all the time now?
I don't know what they do now. But I know my program director was like, don't play a bed. Like, don't talk over the fit in the club beat because people are going to think you're going to play in the club. And if you don't play it, they're going to be pissed. So you can only talk over a record that you didn't play. I used to talk over Jay-Z Sunshine all of the time. Yeah, because it has such like flair and fire. The show going to start here in about 2 minutes. I just wanted to ask everybody, Dave, buddy, I got an idea. And I know you love when those words come out of my mouth. I have got an idea. I gotta send your way.
Sherilyn, be more, what up?
If there are any podcast subscribers out there, if y'all could subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast. And if you're on Apple or Spotify or one of the groups that allow you to rate and review the show, could y'all do that? I know a lot of you, shout out to everybody who is, tuned in over the course of the last week or so, but I know y'all saw the growth in the YouTube channel and Twitch and all of that stuff. That's cool. Company ain't super big on that. Like the company likes it, but they're really into podcast. Podcast has kind of exploded over the course of the last week with all of this Kings news. So one thing we have are people who listen to it. One thing we don't have our ratings and reviews particularly on Apple and on Spotify as well. So if y'all could rate and review the show, if y'all could subscribe to the show, just maybe catch up on parts that you didn't miss or whatever. Like Jesse does a great job of cutting clips, interviews, hours, shows, like everything. It's not just one single file that goes to the podcast. It's a whole bunch of different stuff, man. So if y'all could, I know D'Lo begging again. If y'all could
do what we got to do here.
Yeah, if y'all could go subscribe and do that, man, we'd really appreciate it. And if you could rate the show, it literally that quick. It's just a press of a button that quick. If you want to review the show, that'd take 30 to 60 seconds. But just the rating, boom, 5 stars. If you think we're worth it, 5 stars. It takes seconds, man. We'd really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Y'all show And even more so, I don't even know what he's talking about to defend himself. What are you saying?
Yeah, it's a little wild. Appreciate you, King Voss. Appreciate you, King Voss. Hey man, shout out to my partner rocking that old school more than a podcast
Yes,
t-shirt,
sir.
man. I
Yes,
see you.
sir.
We appreciate you. Come on in, man. Hang out with us here on this Tuesday, February 15th. We're with you for the next 4 hours on the Odyssey app. We're with you on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're with you on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're with you over on the ESPN 1320 Facebook page, Facebook Live. Even if you don't like Facebook, like ESPN 1320 on Facebook. It is a great way to interact with the show, man. But wherever you are, if you're on 1320 AM or the Odyssey app, we appreciate you so much for being with us. The Professor Jason Jones will be with us coming up in the final hour of today's show, and there is plenty to talk about as quickly as the honeymoon began, it ended. The Sacramento Kings not only lost last night, they got it handed to them last night, 109-85. So as we dive into this, KC, and there's a number of different things to talk about, I was afraid of this, not the score. I can't say I saw that coming, but I was afraid of, never underestimate a desperate team, man.
Yeah.
Brooklyn had lost 11 straight, and I know, Ben Simmons gave his introductory press conference today, didn't play last night. I know Kevin Durant didn't play. The game was in Brooklyn, so Kyrie can't. I know there's a lot of, okay, we've seen this before. We know what it looks like when teams are missing their stars and all of that, but that team was desperate for a win. Like, this thing was kind of spiraling out of control. They didn't want to head into the All-Star break, on a super sour note where now they're not competing for playoff spots anymore. Now they're competing to keep their head above water and stay in the play-in tournament. Now, I know reinforcements are on the way, but this team, they're not on the way tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or whenever their last game is before the All-Star break. They were desperate for a win. They were a team that executed. And the Sacramento Kings simply, couldn't hit shots.
Yeah, it was the perfect storm. Not to mention, the Nets they've got that's a champion. I know those guys weren't there, but they had guys that contributed big time in the playoffs last year, and a guy they added who contributed somewhere else big time in the playoffs, and Seth Curry. Yeah. So, like you said, they were desperate for a win. They won and won bad, regardless of the last two games and everything that's going on. They still look at Sacramento and the rest of the league does as an opportunity to get right, get back on their feet, and that's how they approached the game yesterday. I'm sure, like, hey, we're struggling 11 in a row. It stops tonight. We got Sacramento coming in. Let's go ahead, lock up, make shots, and let's put this thing to rest. The Kings, on the other hand, like you mentioned, they just couldn't hit shots. And I'm not going to say, oh, don't worry, or because you got to make shots. And it's a concern when a team that doesn't have a lot of shooting, this could be something that we see a lot, but it's kind of what it comes down to. They didn't hit shots. They were a little scrappy. I thought the bench failed them a little bit in that third quarter and let the game kind of get back out of hand. And that's when the game took a turn for the worse for the Kings.
I do have a concern greater than the missed shots, because the basketball is pretty simple. Ball goes in the net, you're in a good position. Ball goes through the net, I should say. You're in a good position to win that game. What I'm concerned about is there was a hangover from what we've seen with the Sacramento Kings all year, and it was when those shots consistently stopped falling, like when they made that run. And the one thing that made me nervous, I think they were down 19. They got within one. What made me nervous is they couldn't get that one more. It was like, okay, they're down one. All right, they're down four now. Okay, now they're down 2. Like they're right there, and they're down 5, 7, crap, 9. Shoot, it's double digits again. Like they couldn't get over the hump, and then after that run that cut that lead down to 1, it felt like when shots stopped falling, defense stopped being played.
Yeah,
and that's the hangover that concerns me more than the missed shots. Because look, simple as that, but you still have to have some sort of intensity on the defensive end. This team, even through the 2 wins, they weren't great defensively. You might argue they weren't even good defensively.
Right.
Both games, though, Casey, they made adjustments at halftime to where they had significantly better second halves defensively than they did first. And I think a lot of that was when you look at the point totals in the third and the fourth quarter. Oh, okay, they rocking there in the 30s, bringing the team down a little bit. Okay, they were allowing their offense to kind of dictate their defense. I think last night, particularly as that run kind of got into the rearview mirror, they allowed their lack of offense to dictate their lack of defense instead of, we're missing out on this and we've got to pick it up over here. We've got to figure out a way to get some fast break points. We've got to figure out a way to take the ball off the rim and get it down the floor. Right. And that urgency didn't feel like it was there last night.
Yeah. One thing
it never has been, by the way. That is not an indictment on new guy. That's the hangover. That's been a Sacramento Kings problem, not just this season.
For a minute,
it's been a Sacramento Kings problem for a while.
For a little while,
and there's no turning the page till that's fixed.
Yeah, and I want to see this group do a better job of starting early. I think in all 3 games now, we've seen them struggle at the beginning of games.
That's right.
Get behind. I think they got behind double digits every game.
All of them. Yep.
And it's a lot to ask because when they got behind, they came back, like you mentioned, they got it to 3 at one point in the second quarter. They got it to 1 at 55-54 early in the third quarter after a Barnes layup. And, you working, it's cutting 18 points off a lead. You're putting in some work. You're doing some work to get over that hump. You may have emptied the tank. You may have given everything that you had at that point. And that's why, if you have you can swing 18 points. If you're down no more than 5 during a game, swinging at 18 points is going to be beneficial as opposed to you swung the game 18 points. You're still one behind.
Yeah.
So if they can start out a little earlier on the defensive end, in executing on the offensive end and not dig themselves such a hole, I think that's a good sign. We all see what they have to do. We all know what they have to do. That's nothing new. The question is, are they going to be able to actually implement it and execute it in the games on Wednesday and moving forward?
Yeah, and that's as much as we could pick apart last night's game. I mean, that's our job. Our job is to talk about the last thing we saw. The last thing we saw is last night. But I think the bigger story is what we see tomorrow. Like I think if you want to get a real grasp of who and what this version of the Sacramento Kings is, I think we're going to get a good idea of what that is tomorrow. Chicago's tough. DeMar DeRozan is like at unstoppable levels. Like what he's doing is. StatMuse had to put out a stat last night that said, yeah, in case you were wondering, not even Jordan did this. Like DeMar DeRozan is playing on an entirely different level right now. And I know that they're without Zach LaVine right now, and he's already been ruled out for tomorrow night's game. But this is still a Chicago Bulls team that's won 4 in a row. So, KC, I'm not going into this like, KC, Kings don't win the same old Kings. Right. No, it's not what I'm talking about. I need to see a response, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm looking for tomorrow night is how do you respond from this? Because Sabonis said the right things in the post-game press conference. You'll hear from Domantas Sabonis coming up here as the show rolls along. We're just getting started. You'll hear from De'Aaron Fox as the show rolls along here. But they said the right things in the post-game press conference, particularly Sabonis. So it's like, okay, all right, what now? Yeah. Like you said the right things. It appears you know what needs to be done. But hey, I think I'm comfortable in speaking for virtually every single Sacramento Kings fan. Yeah, we've heard this before.
Oh, yeah.
We've heard y'all say the right things in the press conference. Now we're going to need you to go out and act on it.
Right. And that's the thing with this Kings team. They, like you just mentioned, they say all the right things after the games. They say what they have to be able to do. But you'd come out the next game, you'd see the same problems, the same issues, the same shortcomings. They need to be able to implement everything, because what they're saying is right. What Coach Gentry is saying is right. What De'Aaron Fox is saying is right. Implement it. Implement it now. And I think one of the keys for them, and maybe the biggest key, is to not start out as slow as they had in those first halves, because there seems to constantly, and at least in these 3 games, there's a time when they, get it flowing offensively. They start to hit some shots and they start going. And if you can make it, like I just mentioned, where an 18 or 15 point swing gets you a 10-point lead, as opposed to getting you 3 back of the lead, now you can build off of that. But you spend so much energy trying to just get back into the game. When you talked about earlier getting over the hump, you might not have enough in the tank to get over the hump.
That's right. Yeah. And they were down, 35-24. Shout out, it was Freeport, wasn't it, in the corner?
Freeport, at the end of the quarter?
Like, I thought there was I thought that was a swing. When he hit that shot, it was like, whew, okay. Yeah. I like that. I think the lead was still 11 at that point, but I mean, it's a 14 or 11. It's a one-shot difference, but it felt different. Yeah, I was like, okay, all right. That's a good look right here headed into the second quarter. And Kings played a little bit better in that second quarter, but still not enough. 24, 18, and 19. Those were 85 points from this team.
And look here, Damian, you looking side to side for those on the radio.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You brought him up.
Okay.
I'm not saying, I love Freeport. I was just riding up and down Freeport Saturday night. Mm-hmm. Like, this is where Metu lives. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? This is Metu land right here. I love Freeport. I'd watch his minutes. If I was Alvin Gentry, I would just watch his minutes, and I'd say, you're going to have to start giving me a little bit more than what you're giving me in the minutes that you play. Played well in the first game with Sabonis against Minnesota. He did some okay things against Washington. Last night, wasn't a fan.
Yeah.
And I got Trey. Who knows? I'm not in practice. I don't know what they look like. But I got Trey Lyles and maybe even Josh Jackson. That maybe Metu keeps having minutes and performances like he's had as of late. I might want to give them a look.
Okay.
I might want to give them a look. That's a long-winded way of saying I didn't like what I saw from Metu last night.
Well, we're going to talk about it because
he played a lot of minutes.
No, we're going to talk about it because at no point during our 40-minute show call today did you mention a heel turn on Chimezie Metu. But hey, lo and behold, here we are. Let's talk about it. We'll come back. That'll be a part of the conversation. Also, this stunning De'Aaron Fox stat as well. We'll have that as not necessarily a De'Aaron Fox stat, more of a Sacramento Kings stat. You'll hear from Domantas Sabonis as well, and we want to hear from you, 916-349-1320. We're just getting started here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Heel turn.
Guys, I don't hate Metu. I just
heel turn.
As who was it?
I don't know,
what
Bobby.
Song was that? I got to talk about the truth as I see it. Damn, it's right on the tip of my tongue.
It's kind of what you are. I mean, Shawn Michaels turned on a lot of people too. Shawn Michaels super kicked Hulk Hogan. He threw Marty Jannetty through the barbershop window. Yeah, but I think Triple H has turned on more people than.
I don't want to step on the house show, but I saw that Cody Rhodes info.
And that's a tough one for me to believe. That's a really Cody?
Yeah, no,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
If anything,
they would never let that happen.
If anything, you bring him in for Lashley. Like if you want to make a splash,
Cody in for Lashley.
Yeah, okay. Do that, but no. Roman,
he's untouchable right now. He's untouchable.
Or if he is, Roman ain't the one to. Cody ain't the one to do it.
Yeah, Cody ain't it. Cody ain't it.
Disgusting.
Big E, we gonna talk about the halftime show? The halftime show from yesterday? You talking about the Super Bowl? Big E, you know it's Tuesday? I damn near got 50% of our show yesterday, Big E. I don't know. So this ad, Cody versus Triple H, makes sense, but are we sure Triple H is okay?
Yeah, I don't know.
Tyler, no. I love Cody, but no. Just no, bro.
No, Tyler.
No.
Absolutely, I would be so upset.
Oh, Triple H squad pedigrees his ass in the middle of the ring, waits like 60 seconds, does a victory lap, walks up the aisle, down the aisle, gets on a motorcycle, rides it around, then covers. Kind of like he did. Dude,
make sure he gets the sledgehammer in there.
He hit the pedigree on Booker T at WrestleMania 19, laid his ass there for 36 seconds before he crawled over and pinned him. Jesus, man. Hey, for the 200 new people in here, could you subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast and rate and review the show? Pretty please. Y'all have been so supportive and so loving.
Like and subscribe.
That would mean the world to us.
Oh, something I was about to say. I can't remember.
Damn it, pal.
Oh, did you see? Maybe one of the followers retweeted this, but I don't know exactly what it means, but something about Stone Cold wrestling. Did you see that?
I saw that WWE reached out to Stone Cold Steve Austin for WrestleMania. I didn't know it was for wrestling though.
I don't know. I didn't really understand. They had some wordage.
Yeah. I mean, I'm good with Austin if he has any role. Like it's February. There's no way he's wrestling.
Yeah,
he wouldn't wrestle. Like he'd want like you have to. If Austin's coming back to wrestle for the first time since WrestleMania 19, and it's WrestleMania what 38? No, like that's built for
Austin is
that's built for a year.
He has done the Andrew Luck where he stayed away.
Yeah, like he really did retire.
He retired. He moved on.
Yeah. I honestly don't even know, like, the only one that I was like, oh, I would love this is Punk. When Punk started wearing the Stone Cold shirts and they kind of started flirting, it was like, all right, that'd be dope. They teased Brock a little bit and it'd be like, all right, I don't think that ever happened. That would work. But never did it. I wouldn't hate Stone Cold versus Brock, though. I'd be fearful that Brock would like unintentionally kill him. Yeah.
F5 for real.
Yeah, like that's Brock's a little snug. Oh my gosh.
Pray for Bobby.
So on paper, that makes sense, right? Like they really got Roman. If Roman doesn't beat Goldberg in 60 seconds,
right, that's what it is, Roman. Yeah.
They failed.
Right.
Like don't give Goldberg an opportunity to kill Roman Reigns. Go out there, beat the crap out of him, like end him. I don't know if you're allowed to do this in Saudi. Bloody him. Very important conversations taking place during the commercial break over on Twitch.
Big time stuff.
/ESPN 1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN 1320, as well as Facebook. One of the many ways that you can catch up with D-Lo and KC. Another great way is to download the podcast. Become a subscriber on the podcast, whether it's Odyssey. You might be listening on the Odyssey app right now. You might not know that not only can you listen live, you can listen on demand. Odyssey has a podcast feature that you can subscribe to right there. Get all of the clips, all of the interviews, all of the shows delivered right there to your mobile device. You could do the same on Apple, Spotify, whatever your preference is. I can actually tell you what your preference is. Most people subscribe to podcasts through Apple. I'm looking at the analytics right here. A lot of you are on Odyssey. If you're on one of the podcast platforms that allow you to rate and review the show, we ask that you subscribe. Hit the 5 stars if you think we'll work. It takes a split second to hit that 5th star. And if you want to leave a review, talk about how charming and handsome we are, that'd be fantastic.
Hey.
You talk about all of the great gear that we got on, that would be great. But really, the ratings mean a lot. The ratings on podcasts are similar to the thumbs up on YouTube. So we'd appreciate the love. Y'all have been supporting us from day one, man, and we'll continue to ride here as we hope things are changing for the Sacramento Kings. Though last night's game felt quite familiar. De'Aaron Fox had 26 last night. De'Aaron Fox, I'd argue De'Aaron, he did his part last night, at least offensively.
Yeah.
He did his part. The rest of the starters, they had 23.
Wow.
I'm going to run that back for you again.
Jeez.
De'Aaron Fox had 26. The other 4 starters, including Domantas Sabonis, including Harrison Barnes, who I think we've tried to sign to multiple lifetime deals here. Yeah, they total 23.
It's not going to get it done.
You man, Mo Harkless, weren't we hyping up? Here's rule of thumb. D-Lo and KC stop hyping up players. We were talking about Mo Harkless yesterday.
It's our bad, guys.
1 more point than you and I did.
That's our bad, guys. Our mistake. We got to settle down a little bit here, not hype these guys up, because when we do, they fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah, that was tough. That just was, and for Mo, like it was almost like he wasn't even out there.
Right.
It's not like no one else could hit shots. Harrison was working. He was trying. Harrison, you know how many times he got to the free throw line yesterday? Same amount of time as you did, I did, and everybody listening and watching did. Harrison Barnes, that's one of the big catalysts to his game over the course of the last five games or so, 4 or 5 games or so. His visits to the free throw line,
right?
They irreconcilable differences, man. Those two separated yesterday,
man. They look, the Kings. I don't want to say they got away from, what they did to be successful in the first 2 games on the offensive end, because trying to find the number. Will Z sent us a stat basically of possible assist. It was on the same level as it was the first 2 games.
That's right.
In the first 2 games, though, of the possible assists, if it was like 45 possible assists, they were getting like 32 actual assists, right? And 27, I think, another time. Yesterday, they had, I think, 42 possible assists, only 12 actual assists on those plays. And that,
Will Z's numbers have us at 47, 12 assists on 47 potential assists. The previous 2 games, 27, 45 potential assist, 32, 50 potential assist.
Yeah.
So it screams to, and that's a tremendous stat from Will Z. You really should be following Will Z on Twitter. Will Z stats, like, it's just such great stuff that shows you. And I kind of felt like this during the game. The ball was moving.
Mm-hmm.
There was no hero ball.
Right.
There was no one, or there were few one-touch possessions. Like they were trying to work. It just it wasn't happening.
Yeah, and to your point, that's why I love that stat, because it seems to give an indication of if things are still flowing the way they're supposed to, and just shots just aren't falling. And that's kind of what I got out of those numbers and the way they played last night. They were doing the same things on offense that we loved the first 2 nights, where it was just, all beautiful basketball, and that's the way basketball should be played. The only difference is shots didn't fall. They missed a lot of chippies too. I think they missed a lot in the paint. The turnovers was a little too much for my liking. Some of that I would see. They had 18 total turnovers. Some of that I would see, like, guys just that's the first time I felt. Maybe not the first time, because the first half of the Minnesota game I felt this way, but they didn't know each other. They hadn't played each other. They didn't know each other's tendencies. There was a couple of back doors where Sabonis was trying to hit people, or I think Davion was trying to hit Justin Holiday once. He just wasn't ready, wasn't expecting it. That's the symmetry that they don't have that is only going to come with time, practice time, playing with each other more and more often. So I know we all expected for this thing to just turn around as soon as they walk through the door, but there is a bit of a learning curve that needs to go down with these guys.
And part of that may be Domantas Sabonis figuring out when he needs to be, well, more selfish. Here's what Domas said last night following the game.
Well, today made it clear. Today made it clear, I just got to be myself. Got to be myself out there. That's why they traded for me, and I got to be aggressive out there.
He also mentioned, trying to figure out the balance when working with the new team.
I'm just trying to figure out the balance right now. The guys on the bench are like, come on, be aggressive, shoot, and I don't want to still step on anyone's toes. I'm trying to look to pass more than to score and be aggressive. Today I could have been way more aggressive. Drummond was off me, I could have played my normal game, but I'm still trying to figure that out, so the more games, the better.
Okay.
Hey,
consider it a learning lesson.
Look here. Stomp on them damn toes. Don't worry about stepping on them. Stomp on them.
Yeah.
That's what we need. That's what we're looking for. Be aggressive be overly aggressive, please. Now, here's another thing. I was about to say, Domantas. I don't know. I didn't get the email from Richaun and from Alex, and do we not call him Domantas? Is it Domas? Where did Domas come from?
I was gonna ask about that. Like, what is the proper way to address my brother? Like, for me, it was always Domantas Sabonis, but yeah, I hear Domas a lot. Like, is it like he's silent? Am I saying his name wrong, or is that a nickname?
I don't know. I think it's a nickname. I'm wondering if it's like Kenneth and Kenny. I don't know.
All right. I really like Domantas. I
like Domantas. I like it better than Domas.
Domas.
But I'm also not crazy about people calling me Kenneth.
Is your name Kenneth?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Kenneth,
like maybe he doesn't like people calling him Domantas.
I feel like we'd know by now though. Maybe we didn't pay enough attention to what was happening. I don't hear.
Well, we took forever to figure out what we were doing with Bielitsa. Remember that? Nemanja and
Belly,
Nemanja.
Oh yeah, that was a whole sort of mess. That was a whole other sort of mess. Yeah, and I'm also still. We'll talk about him too. I'm still not on board for Rich.
No,
I'm not on board.
Who's calling him Rich?
Well, everybody was calling
this conversation.
Him Rich. Like I think his family I think people call him Rich. His Twitter handle's Rich. Like. Hey, Richaun.
Yeah, we don't need to go Rich.
I like Richaun and Domantas. I like those. Unless Domantas says no, it's Domas, then it's like, all right, fine.
I might. Well, like I said, he might. If you start calling me Kenneth, I'll be like, stop calling me Kenneth.
Okay. It's always that. Does Cheryl and El Grove call you Kenneth?
No, she's
never heard anyone call you Kenneth before. I've heard Jazz yell at you before, and she didn't call you Kenneth.
No. You got to get FCC clearance for what she calls me when she gets mad at me.
Yeah, they ain't gonna give us that clearance.
They used to say at my old job, they used to call me Kenneth. I'm like, stop calling me that.
You work? Yeah,
it is my name, though. I'm like, stop calling me that. It is my name.
Stop calling me by my name. See, I know when I see Jonathan on social media, that means John Bull's in trouble. So normally you associate when someone uses like a whole name, it's like, oh man, there's trouble. But I'm with Algin Nujay here. I think Domantas is a badass name.
Yeah, I like Domantas.
that's got like strong Bad Boys 4 villain to it. Like
Domantas, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here. What you gonna do? Domantas is here. My next kid, Domantas.
I think Jazz would step in on that. It would be difficult to be like, yes, these are my kids, Domantas and Reese. Right.
That's like cousin Sal. Isn't his kid's middle name Tony Romo?
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. It's
funny.
Either Romo or Tony Romo.
Yeah, you would know far better than I would.
Cousin Sal's hilarious.
Well. Okay, let's go. Let's get back to something you were mentioning a minute ago. This sudden heel turn on Chimezie Metu.
See, there goes the media trying to divide us. The media is always trying to pit us against each other, Metu, if you're listening.
No, I feel like you turned on him right before the commercial break, and you thought, yo, here's what I'm going to do. And this is why you didn't bring him up earlier. I know the way Kenny thinks. It's like, yo, I'm going to sneak this in before the commercial break because I know how D'Lo gets. He's going to come out. He's going to tell everybody about the podcast and subscribing, and then we're going to get into a conversation, and he's going to forget that I just hit Chimezie Metu in the back of the head with a steel chair. So I need you tell me more, and I'm all about listening to. It's not like Chimezie Metu was a certified all-star and earned his place in the league. Not a knock on him, but it's like let's not be confused as to who and what he is.
Right.
But what are the options that you would rather have? Like who would you rather put out there?
Well, like I said, if this continues, I'm not saying Wednesday don't play him, but I haven't liked the way Metu has played for some time now. And if this continues, you've got other options now. Before you didn't really have other options.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of had to go with him. And I don't know if these guys would be any better, but Trey Lyles, Josh Jackson, Josh Jackson's ideally more of a 3, but depending on who's on the court with him, maybe on the team and who they're going up against, maybe you can steal some minutes with Josh Jackson that way. But I don't know, man. Metu, it's really nice. Like when he's cutting and getting dunks and things of that nature, it's all good. But defensively, it's tough to watch sometimes. And if that jump shot isn't falling, it's like, well, what are we doing out here?
So 2 things. First one, do you think that's what Alvin was doing last night? Because some of what Alvin was doing last night was a bit confusing. And I'm not super big into the whole, unless there's something really, really obvious with a rotation. I just figure a coach is trying to figure something out. But there were some of those moments where you're like, hey, Alvin, do you know De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis are off the floor right now? Like, maybe Doug, could you pull Alvin aside and let him know, like, hey, maybe this is a bad idea? It felt like Alvin was really, and maybe this was because of the offensive performance from the Sacramento Kings. It really felt like Alvin was searching for something last night.
Yeah, I mean, and I can understand that because they didn't have it offensively. At least they weren't hitting shots, so he's looking for any type of spark that he could get. But I don't know. I wasn't a fan of some of the minutes distribution myself last night.
Yeah. So second question. We saw a little bit of Josh Jackson last night. Not much. I think that was more because the game was pretty much out of hand. Well, yeah, it was pretty much out of hand by the time Josh Jackson got in there. We saw a little bit of Trey Lyles as well. Are you suggesting you think they might be better options than Chimezie Metu, or you want to see if they're better options than Chimezie Metu?
I want to see because I'm not sure. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're the same. It's the same issue that you may have with Chimezie, where the shot is a little spotty and it's poor D or whatever the case may be. But I like to see it, and like I said, I'm not sure I want to see that on Wednesday. But if Chimezie's not, like those are some serious minutes right there. I feel like the game really switched and really changed in that third quarter when they went to the bench, and it got real loose in there. Game kind of got out of control. And I'm obviously not saying it's all Metu's fault, but
what I heard.
But if there's a way to bolster that bench where it's not something that you have to worry about night in and night out, I'd be open to trying it. Like I said, the conversation should be happening in the coach's room. It should be just, oh, well, Chimezie's in there in permanent marker. He's not coming out. Like, nah, he's got to play better to continue to get that spot.
Where's Jeremy Lamb factor into all of this?
I look at him more as
Jeremy Lamb. Where does Jeremy Lamb?
I'm about to say, let me check my email. Did they sign?
10-day.
I mean, I like him. He's more of a 3 to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I like Lamb. Like I like to see him out there, but you're concerned about having him in the rotation consistently because of the injury history, and he's more of a shooting guard, small forward to me. And they kind of got that I don't want to say on lock, but I'm kind of go with DiVincenzo and Davion coming off that bench there.
I feel like we were seeing Harrison at the 4 at times last night, which was another one of those, oh, why are we doing this again? This doesn't work. This is a bad idea. Let's not do this.
And King's next level, like, you guys got to stop this. Like, KC, Justin Holiday was literally bricking all night. We didn't start off slow because of Metu. Nobody said that. And just because you want to see more from a player doesn't mean that it's his fault or, it's not somebody. That's not what it is. We're just looking at, hey, maybe this is where we can improve in minutes. Justin Holiday, 3 of 12 last night. He didn't have a good game at all. Nobody really did.
Outside of De'Aaron Fox, who wasn't bricking stuff all night?
Nobody. What'd you just say? De'Aaron had 26. The other starters had 23. That's right. Including Sabonis. That's including Harrison Barnes. Like,
and Davion got to for context for the other scorers. Davion got to 13 on 14 shots. That's not good. Dante DiVincenzo, he got to 12 on 11 shots. That's not good.
Right.
De'Aaron was the only player to shoot. He shot exactly 50% from the field. No one else is even close. De'Aaron was carrying the offensive load. Just unfortunately, he didn't carry it that far. There was only so much that he could do last night, and no one else could get anything to drop.
Here's what I'll say about my guy, Chimezie Freeport Metu.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It felt like before the trade, they were playing Metu because they had nobody else there. Not to even say like he's not good, but just where else are you going to go? You're going to go Bob Woodard? You're going to go Marvin Bagley? He's hurt every other game. Like, they needed some type of stretch forward type of guy. He was the closest thing to it, and they were playing him a lot because of that. Well, now I feel like there's other guys that may be able to compete for that spot. So your play should matter. Like, if you're playing well, you'll keep that spot. That now it's coming off the bench, and you'll have that opportunity. If you're not playing well, we got another guy that we might want to give a look. And that's all it really is. Like, hey, we need you to perform. This isn't just a given to be out there. You know what I mean? Because now I got some guys that at least I want to take a look at. They can go out there and maybe do the same things that you're giving us right now. If not, in a perfect world, better. So that's a long way of saying, come on, Metu, I'm rooting for you. Let's pick it up. Else decisions got to be made.
Another frustrating thing is like the Kings are they are the kings of extreme. They're like Harrison Barnes, for example. Was it like 24? I don't remember what the number we had yesterday. 24 points per game. He's getting to the free throw line 10 times. Like, he's really out there putting in work. Oh, he had a down game. What do you have? 12, 13, 14? No, 6. Mo Harkless, man, he's been playing.
Right.
He's been playing really, really well lately. Look at this: 17 points here, 15 points here. Oh, had a little bit of a down night. What do you have? 8, 10? No, 1. It's like we got to find a balance here somewhere. Hey, you don't have to play. We get it. Like, I've died on this bridge before. Harrison Barnes isn't going to play at the All-Star level every single game. That's fine. But man, the extreme drop off just from one game to another, or a stretch of 4 games into the 5th that's crazy.
Yeah. It's like the great philosopher Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, once said, fell from top 10 and not mention at all. So your bodyguard's Uchi Wally verse is better than yours. It can't be that. Can't be top 10 and not mention at all.
Yeah.
The one thing that
that's where that's where the entire front court was yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's including Domantas Sabonis. They just weren't there.
The thing with the Kings right now is, I'm watching the game, and I think at one point early in the fourth quarter, it was about 8-9 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It was 93-74. That's 93 for Brooklyn is not an outrageous number by like NBA standard. It's not crazy. 93 points and there's 8 minutes to go in the game. That's not like, oh, no defense is being played. That's a game where you should be around the 90s too. The Kings had 74. If they can't score, they're not a good enough defensive team right now to be able to compete or win games. Like they have to be able to score, find ways to get the offense clicking. We talk about like the things that we want. Yeah, we want them to be able to be in a slugfest and if need be a defensive struggle. The reality is that's not the team they are. If they're going to win games, they've got to put up points. And if they have off nights on the offensive end, it probably means they're not going to win.
Or they've got to figure out a way to make enough stops on the defensive end. No, you don't have to be, the Pistons defense of old. You don't have to be the Greg Popovich giving up 70 a night. But if you feel the shots not falling, if you see that early, okay, yeah, everyone says defense is effort. Okay, focus your attention on the other end. Man, you get 2 fast breaks out of that. You get 2 transition baskets out of that. You cut the lead down by what you're doing on the defensive end. You could swing the game the other way. The problem is like just what it appears, at least they're not capable of doing that.
Right.
We've seen times where they have puffed their chest out a little bit on defense, and it's led to them doing some good things on the offensive end. And then one dictates the other, and it's just this effect where it's like, okay, the Kings are hitting on all cylinders right now. We saw that in the second half against the Washington Wizards. They were able to pick it up on both ends of the floor. Which one was the cause? Which one was the effect? I have no idea. But the cause clearly last night was the missed shots. The effect was, well, crap, let's just try to get the ball back. The one, again, trying to find a silver lining in that, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do tomorrow because that's going to tell me a lot.
Yeah.
But 2, when they were down, even when they were down 19 and they clawed their way back, even when they got down as the game went along, I never felt like, and I think everyone will know what I mean by this, I feel like Mark Jones uses a line similar to this. If not, they weren't trying to hit a 15-point shot last night. They came back on the offensive end and they were like, yo, let's continue to run the offense. Let's continue to move. Let's continue to try to get guys involved. Let's see if we can get one shot to turn into 2, to turn into 3, to turn into 4. Problem is when they hit, and this only happened for all of 30 seconds. I think they hit back-to-back baskets, but after each basket, they didn't stop anything. There was one, they scored. I think they hit a 3, and they came back. I think Brooklyn scored within like 4 seconds. It was like, all right. Y'all didn't even pretend to do anything right there. All right. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the game last night. We'll open up the phone lines for you. It was a bad night all around for the Sacramento Kings last night as things didn't go their way on the scoreboard either. We'll touch on that. You'll hear what De'Aaron Fox had to say about the Kings defense. You'll hear what De'Aaron Fox had to say about Sabonis being aggressive as well. All of that is coming up, and we'll take a deeper look into tomorrow's game as well. Phone lines are available for you, as always, 916-349-1320. You could take part in the conversation in the chat house on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook Live. We're back with more. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Let me get this water bottle real quick.
Oh, man. What's popping off in here? I bench him because the Kings are probably, we got to have we've got to have the difficult Richaun Holmes conversation. Yep. Nope. Couldn't make anything. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. It definitely is. I just felt like when they missed, they stopped on defense. And they're already not good on defense. But so when you stop, it just gets out bad.
Did you guys see you saying Doc Rivers reminded me of, this wasn't Shaq in a Fool, because I missed this past Shaq in a Fool, so it wasn't that. Where did I? Oh, no, I think it might have been on Instagram. Yeah, let me tag Damian real quick. But the guy from Philly, I don't know who he is, but he got like a breakaway and tried like a reverse dunk.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, no good.
And just Doc Rivers look after it. Doc always has that stupid look on his
Doc do be making some funny facial expressions.
He just looked.
Yeah. That is such a everything went wrong. Like my man didn't even look like he could jump that high. It's that looked like me trying that.
Oh man,
that's a good question.
Wait, is this it?
I'm always anxious to find out the answer to this one.
Paul Reed. Wait, what was that? What did he say? What did that jerk say? You know I love Richaun. It's rough right now though, but Paul Reed. Where's Doc? Show me Doc.
That's a good call by Dr. David. That's exactly what Doc Rivers looked like.
I know you see them. Let me tag you so you can see Doc, right?
Oh,
Doc looking at that man crazy. That is some funny stuff.
Here we go. Oh dear. Falls over, fouls. Oh, Kate right there. All right, Kate.
Look at Doc. Look at Doc.
He's probably looking at him like, who the hell is this guy anyways?
You guys know who this man is?
Did a fan in a uniform just run out here?
Anybody know who this guy is? Oh, Reed. Yeah, to your point, though, it didn't even look like he had ever done that dunk in his life. Sir, why are you doing that in the middle of the game?
He never even dunked in his life. Oh, 100%. Oh, someone's order got sent. Who is this? Oh, Brian Cruz got that new Make History tee on the way. All right. We switched printers because I feel like the quality of this one is better, so it takes a little bit longer, but I think it's worth it. You're gonna love that shirt you're getting. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. Remember, on the Odyssey app, you can listen to D-Lo and Casey live and on demand through the podcast feature. D-Lo and Casey available wherever you get podcasts from. Go subscribe, rate, and review the show as well. The professor, Jason Jones, going to be with us coming up in the final hour of the show.
Shout out to the professor. We were talking just about Doc Rivers during the break, and this guy Paul Reed had a little Shaq in a full moment. What did you? I love these things. This is just, it tickles me to no end. The Seth Curry travel yesterday.
Yeah.
But Steve Nash's reaction, he's like, "What? How's that? What?"
It looked really clunky, but what did he travel?
He traveled. He took 4 steps.
Okay, it looked like he caught the ball. It looked really clunky, and he's going in, and it's like, how did he? That's a travel, right? But Seth reacted in a way where it's like, that's crazy. That wasn't a travel. I was like, wait a minute. Is that some Euro thing that I'm not familiar with? That if you catch the ball like a wide receiver, you can just I
don't think they do that in the Euro leagues. I really don't. They may, but I don't think so. But that was hilarious. He took 4 steps. You only get 2.
And he looked around like, what? What happened? That's a travel?
One of the things that cracks me up, because like I said, I love these things, is just typing in NBA travels on YouTube. Oh man. I'll be dying. LeBron has this outlet thing that he did. Maybe he still does it, but in Cleveland, like you hand him the outlet pass. Oh, it's about 3 steps before he takes a dribble. So he gets it from the other free throw line, and it's at half court and before he dribbles.
This is so great. Kevin Durant is baffled by this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because he like chops his step like he's hitting the sideline too. Here you go. Here's the outlet pass. I cut it like a wide receiver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh man, that is hilarious.
And
Kevin Durant's like, what?
The Nets are like, wait, what? Huh?
Kevin,
Steve Nash is like, what?
Kevin Durant.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
Kevin Durant even pulled his mask down to yell, what? Y'all gotta see.
That is hilarious. Their reaction is just as funny as the actual.
100%. 100%. Steve Kerr's reaction is marvelous. This is so good.
Steve Kerr is just baffled that they actually called that. Say what? Huh? I don't. Huh?
In the NBA, like you've never done you've never done anything wrong in the NBA, like ever. No travel, no foul, no nothing. You've never done anything wrong. This is just spectacular. I love the NBA, man. Oh my God, I love the NBA. Arguably one of the greatest point guards of all time. Can't figure out what just happened right there. Oh man. I love Batman. I love this. That's the best. That's just the best.
Oh man. I love, like you said it perfectly. I love the NBA. I'm telling you, I haven't done it in a while. I need to go look at NBA uncalled travels. Oh, wait a minute. It just came up. I just saw one from Della Vadova.
Oh, hilarious. You know what we're doing during the commercial break. We pulling that up. Oh, I love Steve Kerr's reaction is just the greatest. That's got to be a meme in the D-Lo and KC universe right there. That absolutely has to be a meme.
I wish there was sound to that. I wish Steve Nash was saying something. We'd put it on the board.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. Yes, as I did take a quick look over it, yes, the greatest travel of all time is still Russell Westbrook's. I don't know. They got some good ones. Corey Brewer got a good one when he was with the Timberwolves. It was Seth Curry like. It was crazy. Mm-hmm. That show was crazy. And somebody, like I said, Russ just grabbing the ball and walking to half court.
No, that was just bizarre. Didn't somebody do? I mean, Russ is more famous, but somebody did that. No, what they did was, it was, I think, for the Mavericks or something like that. It was against the Clippers, but they were taking the ball out and they got it from the referee and they just walked onto the court, like calling the play. Like, he was supposed to pass it in. He got the ball from the ref and just walked on the court, calling the play.
Oh man. Travels are a joy here. This courtesy of our man John Bull here. Just just gets the ball, just starts walking up even the Warriors. But Warriors just baffled by this, and the camera doesn't even pick it up. You got to catch it on the replay. Like he just Come on, man. Come on. Did anyone ever ask Russ, like, what was he thinking in the moment? Like, did he think he was at practice? Like,
come on, man. Can't be doing that. I don't know what's going on.
It'd be like that sometimes. Sometimes you call Steve Nash, Steve Kerr. Sometimes you just grab the ball and walk in bounds, man. It happens.
Yeah, people were saying that. Did we call him Steve Kerr? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Do you remember who I called the other day?
Count the mistakes I make per day. Y'all got a long day ahead of you, boy.
I called last week. I called Dwight Powell, Josh Powell, former Atlanta Hawks power forward.
We
talk for like 90 hours a week.
Can we just low key? KD got great reactions.
Oh, well, KD. There was GOAT reactions.
Kevin Durant is the common denominator between those two plays we just saw, the Russell Westbrook one and the Curry, Seth Curry.
Who has better reactions, KD or Doc Rivers?
Ooh. Well, Docs are more. No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
KD might have took the lead when he pulled down the mask to argue that travel.
I'm gonna go Doc, because Doc is like in a perpetual state of bewilderment. Like he's just constantly, like Doc is just constantly. Can you imagine Doc Rivers as the Kings coach?
Oh man,
just being overwhelmingly stunned by what's happening to his basketball team. Could you imagine Doc Rivers on the sideline when the Kings are down 60 to the Boston Celtics?
Just looking.
Just
not
looking
good for
around,
radio, but just looking,
making faces.
Oh man.
They were making faces last night. I don't know. De'Aaron Fox was asked about Domantas Sabonis. You know, Sabonis was obviously vocal about, hey, I've got to be more aggressive. He, I think, even said I got to be more selfish.
Well, today made it clear. You know, I just got to be myself. Got to be myself out there. That's why they traded for me. You know, and I got to be aggressive out there. Here
is De'Aaron Fox talking about, well, same thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's times where, you know, they didn't double him and he was, you know, looking to pass the ball. We want him to be aggressive. It's different, you know, if they're coming to double him and triple him and we're able to cut and stuff like that. But I think a lot of times tonight, you know, he's kind of expecting it and they kind of stayed at home. So, yeah, we definitely want him to go out there and be aggressive. I think that helps us as a team. You know, when he's putting the ball in the basket and they have to bring an extra guy, that's when he makes plays for everybody.
Okay. Well, everybody talked about it.
Everybody talked about it and seemed to know what they need to do. So Wednesday,
got a chance to act on it.
Yeah,
simple
as what it is. That's the next spot with this group right here. Will that result in a win? Nobody knows, but
it's gonna be tough. Like just go out there and fight. Yeah, those go out there and fight. Figurative fight, not the way that you and KD talk about fighting. You and Kyle Draper talk about let them fail you, make them fail you. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm going out there, work, make the. If Chicago's going to earn, was it 5 in a row, 6 in a row? If they're going to get 5 or 6 in a row, make them earn it. Get out there and you talked about all of the things that you need to correct. Well, we've heard that before. Go out there and correct them. 916-349. 1320. Let's get our man Stefan. Steph, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Stefan?
I feel like that guy, you know, one of the artists was bringing back to life. I feel like that right now because we needed a down low player who could score, pass, rebound. We need him to be aggressive. I don't know what's going on with the Kings right now because I kind of checked out because she's Louise. Enough is enough. You're going to give me another heart attack. So I watched it for a minute. You know, when it got rid of Walton, I was like, okay, cool. We got rid of the guys who we felt like were cancers on the squad, weren't doing nothing for the squad. We got rid of them. Now all we got to do now is just try to pretend to play hard. You know, give some kind of effort, some kind of something. You can't get beat down like that. That's not right. It's not right. It has some pride about it. You know what I mean?
You're not happy about any of the 3 games that you see. Like you say, you checked out. You said you know that they got rid of baggage, if you will. I mean, they are 2-1. I mean, since making the Sabonis trade. I mean, like, well, no, I guess I guess you got to be fair. They're technically 2-2.
No, you don't have to be fair.
Okay, that's right. How about I'll rephrase it. I'll make it a baseball stat. They're 2-1 since Sabonis has been able to play. How about that?
There you go.
Since Sabonis debuted with the Sacramento Kings. There you go. I'll switch it up a little bit. I mean, like, no, I get it. I think if we've told ourselves we want to kind of erase what we saw before the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well now you got to do it. Because right now, okay, we saw this team go cold offensively, get blown out by a depleted Brooklyn team. Mm-hmm. Okay. It can't be, here we go again. Oh, this is the worst loss of the season. No, wait a minute. Like y'all said, we hit the reset button. We'll hit the reset button. That's loss number 1.
Yeah.
Now they have to respond. They have to respond against Chicago headed into the All-Star break.
And like we talked about, they just didn't make shots last night. You know, it's one. I don't know if they would have made shots if they would have won, but the reason why they lost by 24, they just didn't hit shots. You know, it didn't give themselves a chance to be more competitive in that game. If they lose to Chicago on Wednesday and they're 2-2 in the 4 games with Sabonis, okay, all right, you got time off. You're gonna have practice time to kind of get back into it and see if you can create some cohesiveness going into the second half of the second half, last like 23 games of the season.
Right.
So, you know, I don't know if it's I know for a fact what happened last night isn't time to panic or get off this team and say, oh, they're the same old Kings or anything like that. Last night didn't do it, at least for me.
No, not even close. Yeah, not even close. I do want to see a response from them. And again, a response doesn't mean they're going to go out and beat one of the better teams in the entire league. A response means they're going to go out there and they're going to do the things that they said they needed to do. They're going to go out and do the things that they acknowledged that they have to do and get competitive, maybe steal one against Chicago headed into the All-Star break. Get into that break, get into that week off, come back here, get some practices under your belt in Sacramento, get ready to work against Denver, and then get ready to get on the road again. Yeah. It was a bad night, though. The loss in and of itself stinks, and you know I was legitimately worried about that one because Brooklyn just had to find a way to kind of stop the bleeding. But somehow Portland won again. That's 3 in a row for them. The players didn't get the memo, and good for the players out there busting their ass. The Pelicans, they got a win last night, and so all of a sudden, you know, it's you know. Still a tight rate, but all of a sudden that one loss pushed the Sacramento Kings 2.5 games back from that 10 spot.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're going to have to play a little. We talked about this yesterday. They're not going to be able to back in. Even with Portland, you know, eventually I think they'll fall back like they're supposed to. San Antonio probably too. I think New Orleans is going to be good. They're going to be right there. So to get to that spot, you're going to need help, which they didn't get yesterday. You're going to have to win some games, win a lot of games, right? Like I got them, I think I talked about it on Sports Sunday. At that point, 25 games left, 14-11 is probably what they need to do to get to 35 wins. Yeah, they'd be 35-47. So you better find a way to get 14 wins. They're going to have to win some games that you probably aren't expected to win to get to that number.
Do you think, just trying to look at these teams here, the one team that I really believe is like, they're let's get to the 10. Let's go. I think they're operating like the Sacramento Kings are in that. Let's get to the 10. We feel like we've got a future. Let's get to the 10. We'll get to the offseason. We heard Monty McNair talking about this, making moves in the offseason, whatever we could do to improve. We feel like we're in a better spot for game 1. All of that different stuff. The only other team that I feel like is in the category as the Kings are the New Orleans Pelicans. Like if when we get back from the All-Star break, we get a week into this, does Portland start to sit guys here as we get to the final 10 games of the season? Like, is Portland looking around like, yo, we don't want to stumble into this? Like, keeping an eye on perhaps on what Indiana is doing. Perhaps they're keeping an eye on some of the things that are happening in the Eastern Conference, and all of a sudden it becomes, how can we make sure we are, you know, in the mix here for a top pick?
Hey, Dave, they don't have nobody else to sit. They didn't traded everybody away. There ain't nobody left to sit in Portland, and they still messing around winning games.
You sit the highest scorer from the previous game.
Anthony Simons is now out for the rest of the season.
And for Anthony Simons is DNP cold.
DNP cold.
He called in cold like Kenny did. He called in cold, man. He got to do it. San Antonio. I don't know who you've got to sit in San Antonio.
I don't know either.
But you know, that's a team that I feel like San Antonio gets to the 10, pops like, damn it, you got to be kidding me. Come on,
not happy.
I didn't want this.
It just happened.
I just wanted to serve my 82 games and go off into retirement. So the point being, I would watch the Blazers and the Spurs as we get into the final 15, 12, 10 games of the season to see what their approach to that stretch is. And New Orleans, I think New Orleans, in my opinion, is going for it. Sacramento, obviously, they're to a certain degree, they're going for it as well.
Yeah, I agree.
But the Portland management is baffled. They're just like, yeah, okay, crap. Traded CJ McCollum 1-3 in a row. Yeah, New Orleans just won their first game with CJ last night. So it was a tough loss for the Kings on multiple fronts. And again, they're headed into a really, really difficult game against the Chicago Bulls tomorrow, who are 37-21. They're a half game back from the top spot in the Eastern Conference. Now, I know a lot of people were really high on the Chicago Bulls, but take a quick look here. Yeah, Miami, Dallas. There's a real possibility that Sacramento Kings are going up against the top team in the Eastern Conference tomorrow night.
Boy, yeah. Hey,
your boy Luka in Dallas, they get a win. That's Chicago. Yeah, and they've been without Zach LaVine, though. You pointed out they've been without Lonzo. It's been DeMar DeRozan carrying them.
Yeah, man. They got a good thing going on in Chicago. I like that squad, man. And like we talked about a number of different times, DeMar DeRozan is just taking things to a whole nother level, man.
Yeah, if the Kings defense was bad last night, man, DeMar, if they're anything like they were last night against Chicago, DeMar DeRozan could go for 60.
Oh my gosh.
On like 90% shooting, because that's the way he's playing right now. He's shooting an absurdly high percentage.
Yeah.
And I mean, just banking those buckets, man. But it's 5 straight for Miami. It's 4 straight for the Chicago Bulls. And that will be it. That will mark an end to the first half of the NBA season tomorrow night against the Chicago Bulls.
Finish with a W, huh?
Finish with a W,
Kings.
It'd be nice. Like if last night was all predictable Kings, well, all right, let's do something unpredictable and go beat the top team in the Eastern Conference tomorrow, or certainly one of the top 2 teams. By the way, Boston Celtics have won 8 straight. Who they got tonight? Woo!
Oh, look at that one.
Celtics in Philly tonight.
Oh, just JoJo.
That's a TNT 4:30 start, man. I'm on that.
I wish it was next week. Is Harden being there? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, no Harden tonight. He much like Ben Simmons did, gave his introductory press conference. I actually didn't see anything James Harden said.
I didn't either.
I saw a lot of what Ben Simmons said, but not so much from James Harden. No start date set for either one of those guys, by the way.
Yeah, I wish both of them the best.
Yeah, and I think both of them will be. I think Brooklyn will be. I don't know, man. How do you just like Brooklyn's aspirations are a championship? How do you just throw not just guys, but like key pieces in?
Yeah,
all right. Miami been hot all year. Chicago been hot all year. By the way, Milwaukee is the reigning, defending National Basketball Association champions. Yeah, let's go beat those guys. Let's get KD acclimated, who's been in and out of the lineup. Kyrie, who's been Kyrie. And oh, by the way, we have this ultimate wild card who hasn't stepped on a court since the last playoffs. And yeah, the lasting impression was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not happening in Brooklyn. Not this year.
Okay.
It ain't happening.
All right.
But, I mean, the good thing for them is they have Simmons is under contract. They can run it back next year. Who knows what they'll do with Kyrie, but
Kyrie's going. You can't have this. Kyrie got to go. Who signs Kyrie? Seriously,
I have no idea. To be honest with you, I don't think he wants to do it. Like Lakers?
Well, at some point, you got to be kidding. Like how you do that?
Well, they got a ton of 1-year contracts. So maybe, I mean, Kyrie's.
I'm sorry, Russell Westbrook a 1-year contract?
No, but Kyrie would have to like agree to take it, you know.
Oh, he ain't doing that. Stop it.
I agree.
Stop, please.
I agree. I'm just trying to find a landing spot for Kyrie. I don't know if there is. I couldn't bring him in if I was any team, a GM or owner. I couldn't have that guy there.
I mean,
I like Kyrie.
Yeah.
But how can anybody in their right mind, like there was already basketball concerns, like he can never stay healthy, he can't play a full season. There was already basketball concerns. Now you just don't know what he's ever going to do, like where his head is at. I forgot last year, he just left for 2 weeks. Remember that? He just left. He just took his mental time, his PTO days, and was just gone.
Hey, he's entitled to. LeBron did it. LeBron went to the national championship.
I'm surprised LeBron hadn't done it already this year.
He's waiting until the last 2 weeks of the season. He's just like, forget it. I ain't do. He's trying to plan the Lakers, Dodgers, Rams parade.
Gosh,
which is wild because when you first brought it up, it was like, oh, that's lame. I was like, wait a minute, Dodgers ain't win the World Series last year.
Bro, it's almost 2 World Series championships later. It's almost 2 NBA championships later.
We've got multiple champions crowned since the last time either one of those LA teams has won. And y'all out and LeBron out here trying to throw an all LA sports team parade. Like, come on, LeBron. That's why people talk crazy about you, because you say crazy stuff.
That's facts.
You put out crazy energy, you're gonna get crazy energy back, man. That's silly.
Like I said, man, you know that's my boy. But LeBron,
why the hell you repping LA so hard, man? You tag everything a kid from Akron. You don't tag a kid from Los Angeles. What are you doing?
Bron.
That'd be funny, man.
Bron, hey, I'll give it to Bron. No, I wanted to say this too on the air because I was going to say, Bron, the beard was looking good at the Super Bowl, looking, nice and healthy, nice cut, crisp razor cut on the beard. But somebody brought it up last week. I was critical of De'Aaron Fox's waves. Well, last night he had a little dippage last night. You see that?
I did. I told you.
Fox had the dippage going. I got to give it to him. Yeah.
I told you in real time your comments regarding his waves were uncalled for. I told you in real time.
He had the dippage. He was dipping on him a little bit.
Well, that's what the do-rag is for. Sometimes it takes time for the wave to form. Need to leave De'Aaron alone. Y'all be on De'Aaron's neck for no reason.
Well, like I said, this also comes from somebody who wears a wave cap from time to time, and I'm bald.
You wear a wave cap?
Yeah.
Can you explain the logic behind it?
Sometimes you just like something on your head. Or like sometimes for me, if it's like if I'm a day after my shave day, I got some of the hair growing back, and I need some on my head.
So you go cap or rag?
Rag.
Okay. All right. Well, that was titillating right there for sure. Come back. I've got a question about a quarterback in the NFC West. I want to ask you about.
Okay.
Also, the odds for next year's Super Bowl are starting to drop. They're funny. They're just freaking funny all the way around. And we'll talk more about the Kings. Indeed. We'll talk more about the Kings as well. You can get in on these phone lines, 916-349-1320. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, Jesse, on my iPad right now, I have PSG versus Real Madrid. What am I watching here? But like, if this is the Champions League, is this like regular season, or are they like in a playoff situation? Oh, so win or go home now. Okay. My team, my boys, PSG, scoreless right now. Yeah, big time CBS. Got it.
This is going to come across as unnecessary hate. It's not. But John just sent us the clip of LeBron in the suite during the halftime show. Someone quote tweeted the video saying, y'all got to stop focusing on the wrong things. I'm just happy LeBron can finally show off he knows the lyrics to a song. But you ever notice LeBron always knows where the camera is that's being pointed at him? Like he knows what he's doing is going to hit social media. He always knows exactly where the camera is at.
Oh, for sure. He is always aware.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
I like LeBron. I'm just saying. I get it. I get why people.
Yeah, a lot of people were upset with somebody being upset that LeBron was enjoying himself at the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to enjoy yourself.
I thought it was funny. I thought like their original tweet where it was like, Lakers are struggling, and here's LeBron. I didn't take it that serious. I thought it was funny to see like the Lakers are struggling and LeBron just jamming at halftime. But yeah, people got upset about that one. They're like,
yeah, LeBron should sit around and be miserable. That's what he should do. What is this? What's this star mean? What's that do? Oh, it highlights the tweet. I wonder what that means. I wonder if that did something. Did that do something on YouTube?
I'm watching the travel comp.
Oh man. Could y'all hit the thumbs up while you're watching? I'm trying to figure out what I just did to John. I didn't do anything to John Bull's tweet. You just highlighted it though on our star. Oh, I can reference it later. You can star important comments so you remember to discuss them during the show.
Oh,
okay,
that is
then.
pretty cool.
All right then. That's a good note. A year in, we're learning. We're learning. Could y'all hit the thumbs up, please? D-Lo begging for likes, brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs. DaveGarciaDesigns.com, creator of this Lux hoodie that you see me rocking right now. One of our more popular hoodies available at DLoandKC.com.
I have not. Oh, sorry, Cole. You definitely won't mention it.
Hey, you want to welcome the new guy to the show? You want to welcome the new guy to the show or no? Appreciate you for being here, Brody. Like, welcome to the show. Thank you.
Oh man. Sometimes like I've seen stuff like that and I just like, I hope I don't ever sound like that. Like I hope I don't pop into stuff not knowing what's going on and just be like so completely off.
Yeah, because if there's one thing we are, it's a show of bad energy. That's what we are. Bad energy and hate. Yeah.
Hey John, I don't rep anybody, man. I just like as the story always goes. I'll wear any baseball hat aside from a Dodgers hat. You'll never see me in an LA hat. Other than that, I like them.
Shout out to our man Brian, who subscribed to the D-Lo and KC podcast on Spotify, left us a 5-star rating, man. We really appreciate that. You too can leave a 5-star rating on Spotify or Apple Podcast. You could subscribe to the podcast on Odyssey, Google Play, whatever your preferred podcast platform is. The point I'm trying to make to you is not only can you listen to D-Lo and KC live, you can listen to D-Lo and KC on demand. You can listen to the show through your podcast features when you're getting that early morning workout in or that late night workout in and you don't want to have YouTube or Twitch or whatever in front of you. Yo, we got you. If you can't be in front of the radio on 1320 a.m. from 12 to 4, we got you. If you live on the other side of the country, Miss P lives in Washington, D.C.
Sterling, Baltimore, Aceburg in New York City. We out here. My man Pino in Jersey.
They rocking with D-Lo and KC.
Rich and everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know where my man's here is from, but Talk to Me says this is a show of hate and bad energy. Everything about LeBron bothers them. That's funny. But what really made me laugh was Sacktown Tony, who said, "Come for the hate, stay for the Drake bars."
Oh yeah, baby.
Well, I thought
we didn't get none today.
I thought we was getting Drake bars today.
Oh yeah, might get him Thursday though. Might get him Thursday.
We might. I hope.
Not.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup no matter how the Kings are playing. Kings could play perfectly and lose to the Chicago Bulls. I mean, the Bulls they're that good right now. DeMar DeRozan is on a different level. I think it's the last game of a road trip is difficult. The first game back from a homestand is difficult. You always hear these different excuses why certain things are why games are harder. Well, you got the last game of a road trip before the All-Star break.
Oof.
On the road.
Got one eye out the door.
Oh man. Kings got to know that they gotta get some things done here. So
I feel like maybe the Kings will look at it as, we got a chance to end the before the All-Star break. I keep saying first half, but way past the halfway mark. But we got a chance to end that on a positive. Let's go out here and close this half out of the season. I hope that's how they'll approach it. Okay. I think they will too, by the way.
Okay. I'm with it. Yo, can we just sidebar here for a quick minute? We were wrapped up, obviously, in the Super Bowl. That's true. That's actually very true. More true than anyone realizes. We were so wrapped up yesterday, with the Kings and the Wizards and what they had been doing in the Super Bowl and halftime show and all of that stuff. I wanted to bring this. The Kyler Murray thing is kind of fascinating. What the hell is going on with Kyler Murray in Arizona?
I have no clue.
And who benefits from this? It's something is clearly coming out of Arizona's camp. Who thought this was a good idea? Who thought let's go attack our franchise quarterback publicly when there are more eyes on our product than at any time of the year? This is why the Cardinals are the Cardinals, dude. This is why they've been a mess.
So let me ask you, help me out with this one. What did they do? Because I heard somebody else said they did something. I just hadn't heard it or seen it. But what did they do? Somebody said the GM threw him under the bus or something like that.
So something I don't know if the GM said something or something. Yeah, I saw anonymous sources talking about Kyler Murray over the weekend. It might have been Sunday. The morning of the Super Bowl. I'm sure Schefter filed a report, but I was reading Florio talking about he's selfish, he's undisciplined, and I think Florio following it up with the source also said we expect to have everything will calm down by the time the season starts. Oh, word. So y'all just think the day of the Super Bowl you're gonna go out there and publicly trash your quarterback the day of the Super Bowl and then throw out, oh no, we expect everything to be cool by the time the season starts. By the time training camp gets here, we all good. What?
So the interesting thing about this is Kyler, well, we don't know what happened behind the scenes, but he started all this. He came out with a post on, I guess it was Instagram, maybe Twitter. I don't know, but it came out on the social medias where he says, I play this game for the love of it, my teammates, everyone who has helped me get to this position that believed in me and to win championships. All of this nonsense is not what I'm about. Never has been, never will be. Anyone who has ever stepped between those lines with me knows how hard I go. Love me or hate me, but I'm going to continue to grow and get better. As far as I know, I'm in the general public, right? So maybe Bilo and JC in Tucson, they know stuff that's been going on, bubbling under the surface. I don't want to be like Jalen and Jacoby out here. Maybe they know things.
Mm-hmm.
But, bro, you started all this. You started all this when you scrubbed them off your social media.
It is that big of a deal if you scrub?
People always say that, but like that takes time and energy.
The worst thing that he could do is remove Cardinals references from social media. Like, is that really the worst thing?
It's not the worst thing he could do. But why are you doing that?
Maybe
why are you doing that? All right, well, why? Like that takes to sit up there and be like, I'm not about that. You literally started all of this.
I'll give you that. You kind of are about it.
You started all this. Like, you can be mad at him and just leave it at that. Be mad at him. Like people overreact to social media, but sometimes it's not an overreaction. Like, do you know how much energy it would take for you to go through all your Cardinal stuff, delete them, and then just be like, "Why are y'all tripping? It's just social media." You put a bunch of energy, like you did it for a reason. You literally did it for a reason.
The quotes from an anonymous source characterized the quarterback as self-centered, immature, and a finger pointer. And that's when that's when he responded with the I played this game for the love of it. My teammates, blah 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 blah.
I don't know. Like I said, Kyler. Everything I heard, he seems like a fine young man. Like, but just don't act like you didn't kind of start all this publicly. If you guys had something going on privately, sure, it's whatever. But to act like what they put back out there or whatever kind of came out of nowhere, don't play with me. Well, you were already playing games when you did the whole social media thing.
916-349-1320. Yeah, we'll talk more about that. Let's get Daniel in here. Daniel, what's happening, man?
Fellas, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing, Daniel? What's on your mind, bro?
Not too bad, man. Hey, about the Kyler Murray thing, man. From what I understand is, while they were getting worked over by the Rams, it got so bad that Kyler Murray wasn't going to go back in the game, and Colt McCoy was sitting sitting next to him on the sideline, and he had to convince him to go back into the game.
That's a bad.
Really?
That really happened.
It all started right there.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Daniel. Actually, I have not read that at all. That's a revelation.
That's a real account of what happened. That's a bad look.
That's a big problem for Arizona.
We gotta give our guy Jesse the flowers. He's on this.
It's true story.
Months ago, Jesse, get in here. Take your flowers. You called Kyler Murray and who some people say he is. You called him months ago. You saw it. Jesse Horowitz.
Jesse Horowitz gets his flowers. 916-349-1320. So everything going smoothly in Arizona. Let's not let this distract you from the fact that team completely crumbled down the stretch. Just totally fell apart.
Well, if I was a cynic, I would say some of that has to do with your leadership. And Cliff Kingsbury will get some of that heat as well. But if your leadership is what they say Kyler Murray is, if that story is true about the playoff game, I mean, you don't have no leadership. That's part of the reason why you crumble at the conclusion of a season like that.
Yeah. They're now a fascinating team to watch next year.
Yeah.
It looks like so you've got that situation in Arizona. Apparently, we're running it back with Russ in Seattle.
Yeah, with no money.
Yeah, and that team ain't good.
No.
So we could have what looked like one of the more, to a certain degree, it was one of the more difficult divisions in all of the National Football League last year. It could boil down to a two-team race between the Super Bowl champions and the San Francisco 49ers.
That's what it is. It's a two-team race down there. It's if the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, if they can catch up with the Rams. That's what it is. Arizona, Seattle, they're gonna make for tough games. Like, those two teams are gonna beat the Rams and the 49ers at some point during the season. That's just the nature of the division. But as far as being a true powerhouse and Super Bowl contender, those are the two contenders coming out of the NFC West.
The 49ers are all over the place when it comes to best odds to win the Super Bowl next year. I've seen them. I know you have some notes on that. Like Caesar Sportsbook has them at 5th. I've seen them at 6th. Point being, they're relatively high in some of these different sports books across the country. But it is interesting to look at the teams. So we're just going to keep putting Dallas up there, huh? Like no matter what, come hell or high water, we're going to put the Dallas Cowboys somewhere in this conversation.
Do you think that's because they're gonna get some action for you? A public team like that?
Sure, maybe. Yeah, sure.
I mean, what are the ones I see right now? Caesar Sportsbook. Chiefs at 13-2, Bills 7-1, Rams 10-1, Bengals 12-1, Niners 14-1, Packers 15-1, Cowboys 16-1. I think that's fair.
So what? So the Cowboys what? 7th, 6th, 7th, 49ers 5th.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 49ers 5, Packers 6, Cowboys 7.
Packers. And so I guess all is good in Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you saw that report. I think it was Super Bowl Sunday, maybe a day or two before. But when they talked about the Packers are prepared to go all in at all costs for Aaron Rodgers this offseason.
Cool.
Salary cap be damned. They're going whatever he wants. We'll find a way to make it happen. Deal with everything else later.
Cool. Good for y'all. Go ahead, do that. Do that. Placate that dude. Make him happy. Do that. You got to let Jordan. Now you've lost your quarterback. By the way, Jordan Love gone. Either you saw something that you didn't like, or you're not comfortable with, or whatever it is. But he gone.
What would that be? 3 years of not playing Jordan Love if Aaron Rodgers came back? Yeah, I think it's 3. Be the 3rd year.
No, wouldn't this be the 4th?
Because he got drafted at some point
you're getting
drafted Ayuk. So it was after. Yeah, it was 3. Or this would be 3 because he got drafted after the loss to the Niners in the NFC Championship game.
So when is the rookie contract up then? Yeah, he was drafted in 2020, so this would be year 3. Man, okay. So you just got him there rocking. So I guess you can afford to do it for another year.
The other thing about that, and contracts are different now, but isn't that how long Rodgers sat behind Favre? Was it 3 years?
I think it was 4 years. I think it was 4.
That's crazy.
I think it was 4. I'll look that up to make sure.
That's contracts play a role in it. But can you imagine that 4 years?
Well, it's not. I mean, he's on a late first-round pick rookie contract. So it's not. It's not bad. Yeah, he was taking 26. So that's easy money. So yeah. So Rodgers sat 3 years too. For some reason I thought he sat 4. Jesse's saying he sat 3. So Jesse,
but look, if I was the Packers, like I understand what you're saying, but if I was the Packers, yes, yeah, do it. You got Aaron Rodgers right now. Right now, the division and the conference is down. Take advantage of it. Like I would, unless you're just done with the headache. Like you're like, I just don't want to deal with this guy. If you're not at that point, just do whatever, because there's no guarantee you get back to this spot.
So this isn't a vaccination thing. Oh, no, the comp doesn't work because Aaron Rodgers is too good. I was going to say, is he Kyrie? But he's not. Like, he's better. Like, Aaron Rodgers is one of the best on the planet. Kyrie can be.
I was about to say, if Kyrie was able to play a full season every year, would he be an MVP candidate?
But I feel like Aaron Rodgers is dedicated to football. I think he's a jerk. Yeah. I actually think he's much worse than a jerk. But he's dedicated to football. I think Kyrie plays basketball. Sometimes, and you know Kyrie better than I do. Like, does Kyrie love basketball? Like, does he love, like, Chris Paul loves basketball.
Yeah.
LeBron James loves basketball. Does Kyrie? Or does he play it? and is really, really good at it.
I think this is just how the vibe I get from Kyrie. Obviously, haven't spoken to him. I think he loves basketball. I think he hates the NBA. I don't think he likes the NBA.
I completely get what you mean.
He doesn't like all that. And he's also I think he's really aware of not letting it be defined as him being a basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be more than that. He wants to, I'm not just a basketball player. You know what I'm saying? All right. So I think that has a lot to do with the moves that Kyrie makes. And he's a different dude. He's a contrarian by nature. He's the ultimate contrarian, in my opinion.
I think if Aaron Rodgers were to somehow, for some reason, say, I don't want to play for the Packers. Open market for Aaron Rodgers. There's 30 teams. It's a slight exaggeration there because I don't think Cincinnati's calling them. Obviously, Kansas City's not. Point being, a ton of teams are trying to get Aaron Rodgers to come play for him.
Niners.
Sure. San Francisco 49ers. We just had a conversation about Kyrie, about where does Kyrie fit after this season? Where there's no team beholden to paying him a contract. He could be not back in Brooklyn. It ain't happening. It's over.
Yeah.
I don't know where that dude lands.
I don't know either. He somebody in the chat said Kyrie is going to retire. I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. But it's funny. We thought there was so much. We thought there could potentially be so much movement at the quarterback position this coming off season, and it appears Russell Wilson is staying put. It appears Aaron Rodgers is staying put. All indications that we heard, again, I think it was this weekend or at least late last week, Derek Carr ain't going anywhere. It looks like they're at least going to make an attempt to keep Derek Carr in Las Vegas, and I'm sure Derek Carr's preference is to stay in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So suddenly now, put my Kenny Caraway hat on here. Is Jimmy Garoppolo the most sought after quarterback in the National Football League this offseason?
He could be. He could, if all those things play out the way you're talking about. He absolutely could be. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, if they're off the board, yeah, absolutely.
Because it's not Jameis Winston. Looking around at somebody, it's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Unless there's an obvious name that I'm missing, and I have no idea who it was or who it could be, because we've spent a ton of time talking about quarterbacks and what this movement may look like. It was wasted breath. I see you, Tyler. I did think about Deshaun Watson. You think there are 20 some odd teams in the league who are going to be seeking the services of Deshaun Watson? I don't know, man.
Think so either.
I don't know.
There might be 12. There might be 10. I don't know if there'll be 20.
By the way, isn't something supposed to happen?
I can't keep up.
I kept hearing February.
I thought something was supposed to happen months ago, and we're just still here.
And ain't nothing happened. Like Deshaun will be something to be sought after. But shoot, you've got to get this stuff. This stuff clearly has to be dealt with first.
Yeah.
And by the way, he still needs to be traded. It's not like he's a free agent.
Right.
He still has to be traded.
Unless, the Texans just outright cut him or something like that. I don't know how that Deshaun
They're not
Watson
doing that. Texans can't cut him.
Well,
I mean, of course they can. They can do whatever they want to.
They'd still have to pay him all the money, right?
That's right.
Or the dead cap and all that.
Yeah, they would still have to pay him. It'd still be on their books. Yeah.
But a lot of this comes from, there was a report that the Commanders are internally discussing whether or not
that sounds ridiculous. By the way, that sounds ridiculous.
I like football team better. They're talking about whether or not they would be willing to part with their first round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. I think they have the number 11 pick in the draft. I'll check on that in a second, but I feel like I saw 11 somewhere. But man, Jimmy Garoppolo, first round pick.
I think we talked about that after week 18, in my opinion, regardless of what happened in the playoff game. And it turns out there were several more playoff games.
Yeah.
I thought after week 18, Jimmy Garoppolo had upped his value a little bit. And I feel like that value is now a first round pick, because it would be difficult for you to tell me only one team wants him, or only one team would be interested in him. So even if you have Jimmy Garoppolo slated as he's a second round pick. All right, cool. He's a second round pick, except the Colts want to get rid of Carson Wentz. So they may go out and look for an established quarterback too. Jimmy Garoppolo may be that established quarterback that they're looking. So you've got the Colts and the Commanders. Now all of a sudden you've got a dialogue. Now all of a sudden you've got a good old fashioned Kenny Caraway bidding war.
There we go. We haven't had one of those in a while.
We've never had one, to be honest. Like you said, we were going to have a bidding war for the services on Hassan Whiteside. That was cap. But I think Jimmy, I think Jimmy could net that.
Yeah.
Jimmy did enough to net that.
I really think if you're a team that feels like you could be the Bengals, like if I was the Commanders, I'd give up a first round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo, because I think they feel like that's all they need is Jimmy. Now they'd have to give it up and then sign him to a deal as well. That's another factor as well, probably. But if I was Pittsburgh, I would look into that, because Jimmy Garoppolo, if you have pieces
I don't
around
like
you,
that for Pittsburgh. I don't
like
like
that for
Jimmy
Pittsburgh.
I don't like Jimmy
Why don't you
Garoppolo.
like that?
Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't scream Pittsburgh to me.
What screams? Who screams Pittsburgh?
Not Jimmy Garoppolo. Ben Roethlisberger screams Pittsburgh to me.
What do you think they need? Like, because Jimmy,
they need a less pretty quarterback. That's what they need. I actually don't know what Pittsburgh needs. I was going to ask you about your Commanders here.
My Commander.
Are we hanging on to their defense? Is that what we're saying? So all they're missing is a quarterback because their defense is strong enough?
I mean, I don't think if they get Jimmy, me personally, I don't think they're to the point where they get Jimmy Garoppolo and they're some type of contender. I don't think that way, but they may feel that way. That's all that really matters. Like, they think, hey, we got some good pieces in place. I mean, they're in a bad division. Maybe it is just the defense and the coaching. You get a quarterback, you're good to go.
What's more valuable, a first round pick or like a second and a third? Or 2 seconds? What was he originally traded for? A second?
Yeah, a second. I don't know.
I feel like he showed a lot in the playoff games, man. I feel like he showed a lot. 2 picks is more valuable?
That's what I would think.
Anything third or higher, I guess?
Yeah.
Second and third.
Second and third.
Okay.
First rounder is. You could do some stuff with that first rounder, though. Maybe you can flip that a little bit, too.
Okay. We'll stick with the NFL for just a minute. A couple of notes coming out of the Super Bowl, including some market ratings, which are funny. And our way too early Super Bowl predictions, we'll have those on the way. We'll dive back into the Kings. Jason Jones going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. Plenty more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Indeed. Indeed.
Now, that was a take you guys should bring up more often.
That's funny. The Hassan Whiteside bidding war.
Yeah. You could probably get your 2 picks that way. Be a little lower, like a third and a fourth or something, but no, I don't. I got bad allergies, bro. Bad allergies. And riding around in a uncovered vehicle all weekend that's the downside of it. And then We just turned into Kansas yesterday with all this wind. It's just a mess. It's actually getting better. Oh, bro, it's just what? Talks about what?
I didn't see the interview. Of course. Of course. Okay.
Hey, all these people on the chat. I'm starting to get real nice with this with these spades. Y'all better stop playing with me out here with these spades. I'm getting real nice. Ooh, it's ugly, man. I'm bad with allergies. Really bad.
Warren, I see you. Warren, your B history hoodie is on the way.
Nice. Shout out Warren.
Yeah, Warren's up there in VIP status. Warren, Mark, Miss P.
Some all timers right there.
Yes, yeah, they up there. They up there in black card status. Who am I missing? Oh, Brian, of course. Brian's up there. Oh no. I never had bad allergies.
It's bad for the kid, man. It's bad for the kid.
Yeah, I did. I actually did notice that too. You could even look back at that at game one. Now we just need him to get a little bit more aggressive on the offensive end. I don't think so, Fred. We don't have any Kings tickets today, do we? Nothing. No, sorry, Fred. Probably not till not next week. Yeah, I don't know. Probably not for a while because they got that one home game, which we already gave tickets to, and then appreciate you for being with us, whether it's here on the Odyssey app, 13:20 a.m. Did you instinctively just want to start rapping?
I did. I did. See, people always talk about, oh, you never switch the beat up, or whatever.
By people, you mean me.
Well, Manny asked.
Call it what it is.
Well, Manny asked yesterday. He's like, oh, same beat. You guys don't have enough money for a new beat. The whole point is, if you ever hear fair trade, the first thing that should come to your head is Drake bars. Now, we'll switch it up every now and then.
Yeah.
But that should be what goes down. You hear that fair trade beat, like, oh, Drake bars. You don't even think Drake. You think Drake bars.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to a very select group of people with that thought, but yeah, sure, rock it for sure. And the correct answer is yes. We can't afford any other beats. Hell, we can't afford that one. If you tuned in early enough, you heard the beats that we can afford. We got the brand new, yeah.
Oh yeah,
we got the brand new night driving right there, baby. Come on, you know what it is. This is what it is. This is royalty free right here. Yeah, see, you tune in early enough, you get them night driving beats here on D-Lo and KC. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Mitch. I'm sure he has something fun to say. What's happening, Mitch?
How's it going, Damian? KC, hope everything's well.
It's all good, Mitch. How you doing, bro?
Right? I'm doing well. Getting out early from work.
There you go.
First of all, the Cardinals, they better keep Murray. They already messed up in drafting the year before. They drafted the fellow from UCLA.
Josh Rosen. Josh
Rosen.
The Rosen one. That's Kenny's man.
That's right, the chosen one. One of us. Well, maybe not you guys, but I'm one of them. Anyway, I thought it'd be a pretty good quarterback. And with LeBron, I mean, he's one of my favorites. I think he's second best to Will Chamberlain. I think I said that before. I'm getting a little tired and look at me. He had, I think he wants to change his birth certificate to say he's from Watts or Beverly Hills. That's right. And when I see him,
faded. Oh, he crossed the line with the LeBron slander, and Jesse faded him down. Oh man, Jesse, it's a cold world.
That's a wild one.
What do you mean that was a wild call? That was a Mitch call. I don't know what he meant by his Rosen one analogy.
I think he's saying he's Jewish. I think Mitch is Jewish.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I
didn't know that either.
Studied on. All right. All I know is I failed miserably when evaluating Josh Rosen as a quarterback.
Me too.
Like miserably.
I thought he was probably like lock almost.
Yeah, he was NBA ready.
Yeah.
He was NBA or NBA ready. That'd be wild if Josh Rosen was NBA ready. Probably more NBA ready than he was NFL ready, because he sure as hell wasn't that. Oh, that's the worst sports feeling when you think it's Kings fans aware. When you think this is it, it's over. We finally got what we've been looking for.
Scalabicier's 30-point game.
Oh my gosh. No one thought that about Scalabicier, did they? Really? Oh, y'all never got me with that one. Scal never.
I didn't think he was gonna be like. I thought he could be a piece though. I really did. I thought he could
draft
play.
pick? What draft pick have you been fooled most by?
Oh, you guys know this. It's Stauskas.
Oh, that's right. You were a Nick Stauskas guy. That's right. You have admitted to that regularly.
I thought Stauskas was going to. Thought he was going to be a guy that at least would hang around the league, at least, if not like good.
Mine's Willie Cauley-Stein.
Willie, huh?
Yeah,
I really wanted Willie too coming out of the draft.
I think my expectations for Willie Cauley-Stein were maybe different than like some other. I thought I didn't think he was going to be like this superstar stud. I thought he was going to be really, really good and a solid contributor, like a 17-10 guy, which is really good. It's not a 24-12 guy or anything like that. Willie, I was wrong about.
I thought he was going to be like really good next to DeMarcus Cousins, like be a rebounder, shot blocker, and let Cuz do whatever it is he wants to do on the offensive end. I was going into the draft. I was like, yo, Willie Cauley-Stein would be great. I never looked at it as drafting somebody at the same position as Cousins, like drafting another center. I thought Willie was more of a power forward, but I guess I was wrong.
Will Z says Ben McLemore fooled me the most. Ben didn't fool me. Someone I knew one of the guys, or the guy who was training him in his pre-draft workout out in New York. And he was like, McLemore's cool. He's athletic. He's really athletic, which stop me if you've heard that before. But there's nothing to him. Like there's nothing to be afraid of. Like there's nothing he can do that teams are going to game plan for. He's going to have to figure something out in the league. And like, I don't know that he can do that. He's just, if he can utilize his athleticism, he'll have a long career, but there's nothing that is going to scare a basketball team about going against him.
Yeah. I didn't get fooled on Ben. I wasn't a big fan of Ben when they made the draft pick, but then I talked myself into it. I was like, oh, well, he is pretty skilled. They were talking about Ray Allen. I was like, I could see that. And then the first summer league game happened, and he was like 2 of 21, and I was like, no, I don't think this is going to work out.
Yeah.
Dave Garcia, he says Bagley fooled me. Velati. Bagley's another one that I thought Bagley was
loved you some more. Yeah,
I thought he could go.
I think you sneaky still love Marvin.
No, I don't. It's not.
I think you're waiting for Marvin to explode in Motown. Like,
no, because
you're going to come in. Aha!
You know why? Because I've said this, I guess, privately. I think I said it on the court. I think Marvin is kind of soft on the court. That's why I don't think he's going to. Like, I don't think he's going to just be terrible or nothing like that. Like, I think there's going to be opportunities for him to
soften his approach to play.
Yeah, like his style of game is just kind of soft. It's not very physical. It shies away from contact. It's not aggressive enough. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to be what I thought he could be.
Okay.
But he can still be, 10-year vet in the league, be a contributor. See that?
916-349-1320. If you want to get in here on these phone lines, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. We should stick with the draft here for a minute because James mentioned yesterday, it was kind of based off of something that we got into this conversation with James Ham. It was based off of something that Monty McNair said regarding getting through this trade deadline, acquiring a piece like Domantas Sabonis and being able to keep his picks. Here's what Monty McNair said over the weekend.
Yeah, we're always trying to just see like how we can deploy our picks, our flexibility in the future and all those things to add talent. And so it's always a balance. I think for us, in this case, we were able to actually net out a plus pick between the two trades with a future second round pick. And, obviously we had to give up some good things to get the things that we brought in, but we did it in a way where now we can use our picks and that flexibility starting this summer to continue to improve the team and add the talent around the guys that we have. So it just so happened that this time there was no picks. We were able to keep them, but if the opportunity presents itself down the line, we'll be aggressive to go use those when the time comes. So it was really just a matter of happenstance at this point.
So was that answer there from Monty McNair that sparked the conversation between you and James Ham late in yesterday's show? And James kind of, when you brought up the question about moving on from the pick, and I don't even know if you framed it as a question, but you kind of mentioned it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings moved on from the pick. James kind of like popped up and pushed his chest out and like, oh, I'm with you. Like, I wouldn't like, you heard Monty McNair continue to be aggressive there. And of course, we'll never doubt Monty McNair's aggressiveness in the trade market again.
My guy, Young Monty.
Young Monty, indeed. Now all of a sudden, it's like, okay, Kings were able to hold on to this pick. Now all of a sudden, you may be able to, get really active in the trade market. And as I, was working on some social media stuff yesterday, working on some YouTube stuff, listening back to our conversation with James, it's like, man, there's another opportunity this offseason for the Kings again, I think that the most important point that we've been talking about is, and I know it's frustrating for this year, but you're starting next year with you're starting in a better spot, right? You're starting with a better roster, regardless of what happens this offseason. But now you have the opportunity to be really aggressive with that pick, perhaps with a player or two who you didn't move on from at the trade deadline. And now you have the opportunity to add to some deficiencies that are on this roster because, as was made painfully aware of last night, there's still there's still deficiencies.
Yeah, there's still little things that I want to say little things, but maybe it is another big fish, another third component. But you want somebody where if you're having one of the games that they had last night on the offensive end, that you're just somebody you can rely on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Not to say that Harrison or Sabonis isn't reliable because they are in their own way. But if you're having trouble scoring, hey, I'm going to get it to this guy. And even in his sleep, he's going to give me 19 because if his shooting is off, he can get to the line. You know, he's going to get points that way. Like, you're missing a one more little component. And the way you acquire that component, there's a number of different ways. Like maybe you feel somebody that you acquired is that outside of Sabonis. Like maybe you think Jeremy Lamb could give you something like that or DiVincenzo or whatever. I would say no. So then you talk about, you know, your the guys in the draft. Well, do you think this 19-year-old might be able to do it? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on which one you're talking about. But then you get into the aspect of, like James Ham talked about, we don't necessarily need to draft our first rounder if we can use that asset, the first round pick, in a trade to acquire a guy that could help you out. So I was interested to hear James. We'll talk to him again tomorrow, but to lean so heavily towards, they probably aren't going to use that pick.
Mm-hmm.
That was like kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, and I think that's it kind of fits with we talk about this regularly as whether it pertains to the Kings or other teams out there. We talked a lot about it heading into this draft as it pertains to the Golden State Warriors. You really gonna add another young person to this squad?
I know.
Is that exactly what you need? You need another young dude to this group? Like, especially if you're in that 7, 8, 9, 10 range. I don't know that's what you need to do right here.
I chuckle because I understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to check myself because I felt that way a couple of times in the past. I felt it last year. Need another 19-year-old for it, right? Yeah. But maybe Scotty Barnes would have helped. Maybe Giddey would have helped or anything.
Giddey right now, by the way.
Oh man, he went to the Garden last night, put on a show. Went into the Garden, put on a show. Man, that boy's nice. He's nice.
He's really good, man.
So, I'm trying to be easy and not just say, you don't need a 19-year-old. But that's kind of how I feel. Like, we got another 19, 20-year-old, or can you go get a 26, 27-year-old that is established, knows who he is in this league, and is just looking for the right place to execute that? I don't know. It's an interesting debate, and it's something that they're gonna have at their disposal, because between the pick and between somebody like a Richaun Holmes, because that's just the guy that continues to be mentioned, that might be enough to net you something.
It's the guy that continues to be mentioned by you.
James mentioned them too.
Well, I'm just saying, I know, I don't know. There wasn't a remark in the chat before the show started that said, can't wait to see who Kenny's trying to trade Richaun Holmes for today. It's like it's the new daily occurring segment here. It's 2:00 on the dot. You know what that means. Who does Kenny Caraway want to trade Richaun Holmes for? If I was quicker, I would have fired off the music. Kenny Caraway, come on down. Who is the latest on trading Richaun Holmes?
Who he trade for?
It's the latest edition of Why Kenny Caraway Hates Richaun Holmes. Yeah, they played Richaun quite a bit last night, too. I mean, I say quite a bit. It was like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
My dude he's struggling, man.
Going through it right now.
He cannot find that rhythm on the floor, and whether it's the stuff that is, his mom was tweeting about, or if it's just his, going to a suddenly reduced role here. I mean, he wound up playing 22 minutes because Domantas Sabonis wound up playing 25. Like, Sabonis was sitting with 6 minutes to go, which we talked about. We talked about some of the things that Alvin Gentry did that were a bit head scratching. It was a 15-point game. I think when Sabonis went out, it was certainly somewhere around there. And it's like, I mean, as a coach, like I get it. Like Alvin's got a better feel for his team than we do, and clearly he thought this ain't it. Sabonis ain't in that in that groove tonight. Like this ain't it. Let's see what we could do with Richaun Holmes. And it wasn't there for Richaun either.
Yeah.
And I feel for him. I hope he can find his footing here when the second. It's stupid to call it the second half, when the second part of the season gets underway next Thursday at the Golden One Center.
And he just and we know he's going through stuff personally. So that's always tough as well. But he just looks lost out there without Tyrese and the pick and roll and all that. It's just looking rough for him. And I will say this though. Like I know this is the what does they say, the large minority who does this, but even saw it a little bit in the chat, man. Like, you got to go in on Richaun. Richaun has been good to this city, to this franchise, to the people around here, his family. We all see it. We all see he's not playing well. Like, there's no need to denigrate him or talk bad about him or come at Dr. Holmes. Like, we don't condone that at all here on D-Lo and Casey. And like I said, we all see what it is. Yeah, he's not playing well. We get it. You know what I mean? Like, he may not be long for the Sacramento Kings, but I just feel like, some of the things I'm seeing and some of the things I see at Dr. Holmes, I think people are going a little bit too far, man.
Well, I think the term you were looking for was vocal minority, because that's what they
loud minority.
That's it, right? Yeah. They get they get keyboard happy and start tweeting at people, and it's like never judge real life by Twitter. And people are you can't rationalize with someone who's firing off tweets at a player's mom on social media. But Richaun is a guy who, like, he was that energy guy for 3 years. He was the energy guy, or 2 years headed into this year. I'll ask you this. I feel like you would know better than I would. It was mentioned right here on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook right at the start of this conversation. Do you think the goggles have that big of effect on him?
I don't know.
Or can it have an effect? Like, if you had to go play ball with goggles on?
Yeah, I mean, I know one time when I was younger, like, I had to wear goggles because I had gotten stitches right above my eye, and to make sure, I still was trying to play, and I had to wear goggles. I might have worn a quarter maybe, and then yanked them off.
Did you go LeBron and rip them off and throw them at the sideline?
Remember when LeBron ripped more LeBron hate? Here we go.
Yeah, I know. Bad energy and hate. Remember when LeBron tried to rip the sleeves off?
I was just about to say that. He was so disgusted with the sleeve jersey. Rips it in
He's trying to rip it off during the game. That's an all-time Bron moment right there. That is a Hall of Fame Bron moment right there.
Yeah, so I don't think I did it like LeBron, but it did. I didn't like it, so I got rid of it. And maybe he has the same issues with the goggles. It could be.
It's a good question from Rob W. Kenny, were you seeing 3 baskets?
I saw 3 baskets. I just went for the one in the middle.
Just went for the one in the middle, man.
Just went for the one in the middle.
I can get why homeboy checked into the chat and said all you guys do is hate LeBron. Like, we love LeBron.
If you're just coming in out of nowhere, you'd be like, oh, these guys, they hate LeBron. But we love LeBron. We just see some of the stuff, and it's like, come on,
we see LeBron in his totality. And it's funny.
It's like, come on, bro.
Like, I'm sympathetic to that, because the Richaun Holmes glasses thing, because, man, shoot, and it's legendary now. Bro, basketball players are superstitious, man. They down to nap, pregame meal, time they get to the arena, color sleeve that they put on their arm, the wristband, the length of like all of that stuff is like, well, I played better with this. I played better with that. All of a sudden you've been playing ball a certain way. And Richaun, those glasses, by the way, ain't stopped Richaun Holmes from getting hit in the face. He continues to get hit in the face with those damn things on. But I could completely understand how all of a sudden you got to add something to your routine here that wasn't there before.
Well, look, everything you said is 100% correct. Combine that with getting injured. Combine that with catching COVID. Combine that with a completely new role, and it's just a season from hell.
And the stuff going on away from the court.
100%. Just a season from hell right now from Richaun. And
by the way, you've been replaced. We're not waiting for you to become an all-star. We went and got one.
So
that's tough.
It's tough. Once again, I'm sympathetic to it for Richaun, and his family and everything, right? But the tough question is, and I don't have the answer for it. You know, if you're Alvin Gentry, when is it about winning basketball games? And if it's not able to click for him right now, you had a guy who was playing really well in his role off the bench in Damian Jones. And I mean, if I was Alvin Gentry, I'd probably give Richaun a bit of a leash because of what I know he's capable of, what I've seen him do in a Kings uniform. But I mean, he's like I said, he's just struggling right now in a major way. And at some point, you're paid to win basketball games. And I know Alvin and everybody is loyal to Richaun. But if we can't get this thing turned around, it don't even have to be turned around all the way, but just on the right track. If we can't even get it on the right track, you may have to make that tough decision and give Damian Jones some of his minutes.
Wow. That would be
it's tough,
that would
man.
be something. I mean, Damian Jones didn't get any run yesterday.
No, he hasn't. They tried when Sabonis' first game, I think they tried, him, Sabonis, or Damian Jones, Sabonis, and Richaun, and it was just that didn't really work, I don't think. But I don't know. Maybe you try that again before you just outright don't go to Richaun. Maybe you try to see if you can sneak in 6 to 8 minutes of Damian Jones in a game.
Okay, I'm taking notes here because I feel like there are some things to further discuss on the Richaun Holmes front. In the Damian Jones front. So we'll continue to do that. We've got the phone lines open for you, 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here, we got Jason Jones, the professor, if you will, set to join us coming up about an hour from now. So a lot more ahead is D'Lo and KC. Want to remind you could subscribe to the D'Lo and KC podcast wherever you get podcasts from, on Apple, Spotify, Google Play. We ask that you hit the subscribe button. Rate us if your podcast platform allows you to rate. And if you got an extra 30 to 60 seconds, go ahead and leave us a review as well. We'll come back with more of D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. It's a good stat, Jesse.
That's crazy.
I'll be right back, Casey.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that was sick. I'm not gonna say too much because Cole said he hadn't watched it, but he's got a DVR. But that was nasty. Damn it, my boy. 13th round with your main man Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You already know what time it is. Jesse, are you ready for this? I know you guys can't hear Jesse on the video when I ask him this, but Jesse, are you ready for this? Because I got to talk about your mans. No, not Canelo. I got to talk about your mans, Ryan Garcia. Oh, this guy's been all over the place. So where do I start? First of all, there's some interview he did or some quote he did the other day, talking about his next fight, what he might possibly do. And he comes out saying, quote, the only pay-per-view that's going to do well is him, talking about Gervonta Davis, and myself. No, you're not a bigger star than me, dude. Do not say that. I'm probably more of a star than you, but you don't want to admit it. So I'll suck my ego up and I say we can go 50-50, end quote. I mean, Ryan Garcia, where do I begin? First of all, you have your followers on YouTube and Instagram. We all see that. We know what time it is. Nobody knows who you are in that landscape. Nobody, even the people that follow you on there, they barely know you're a boxer. They may think you're a model or something like that. They don't know you're a boxer. So I don't know what you're talking about. When you talk about boxing, I mean, Tank Davis, he's going to be on his 4th pay-per-view by the time you even think about getting one. So let's stop all that. He sold out Atlanta with 16, 17,000 people. He sold out Baltimore with another 12, 13,000 people. He sold out the Staples Center with another 16,000, 17,000 people. You have some of the biggest names in music coming to see him fight. You got a bunch of the LA Lakers coming to see him fight. You got Drake out here giving you shouts out on his IG and everything. I mean, Ryan, stop. And this is after Ryan decides to leave Eddie Reynoso and Canelo because they basically said what it was, that he doesn't work hard enough and he's not putting in the work. So he left him to go with Joe Goosen. Ryan Garcia is becoming a clown character right now. He really is becoming a clown character. And if he's not careful, he may be out of this sport real quick. That's the 13th round. What a clown. It's not even the Gervonta stuff. Like, that don't even bother me. I'm like, him leaving Eddie Reynoso is more suspect than anything. Bro, they just said you don't work hard enough. And you're like, yeah, I'm about to bounce. It's clown behavior. That one hand be quick as hell, though. You might be able to knock him out, though. I don't know. He did get knocked down in the last fight. Might be able to knock him down. Washington has the 13th pick. Yeah. Oh, Nat Knowles legend, Ryan Zimmerman.
The Nat Knowles.
Tyler, I wouldn't say that because Richaun did well the year before Tyrese got here. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, Richaun got that.
I understand
job.
why you might say that. I disagree, though.
No.
For like re-signing him over the summer?
Yeah, I don't think so. That's a good question to bring on the air. Guys, we need content. Need content, pal. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate you for hanging out with us. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can. Please do. 916-349-1320. We're talking about Damian Jones. I want to mention this. This was a hell of a question from Jesse as we were coming back from the break. He said if Richaun Holmes doesn't pick it up and he ultimately gets moved this offseason, was that a bad deal by Monty McNair? And I'd argue no. It's still they still got Richaun Holmes at an incredible price. And even if Richaun, I'm kind of getting I don't know that Richaun is going to be able to figure this out over the course of the next 20 games. I think that's a tall ask too. By the way, hey, go figure out how to play in a completely different role, because the role that he's in now is essentially the role he was brought here for. Mm-hmm. And he played his way out of it in like 4 games. Yeah. And he's been, the guy ever since. I think there's a lot of other concerns about Richaun Holmes past his play right now. And it's the fact that, we could pinpoint, it's a weird injury. He got poked in the eye. It's a weird injury. He got scratched in the eye. You're 100% right. But it's the 3rd year now of his 3 years with the Kings where he's missed a chunk of the season.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, like, if people are going to rag on Marvin Bagley for not being able to stay healthy. You gotta, once again, we played out phrase, keep that same energy with Richaun Holmes.
Yeah.
And it's neither one of their faults. Like, it's just unfortunately the way things go sometimes in sports, and yeah, it's just what it is. But I'll ask another question about that, Damian, in regards to Richaun Holmes. What do you do if he can't turn this around soon? Because it seems like everything would hurt his possible draft or trade value this summer. So, like, if you continue to play him and he continues to struggle, that would hurt him. If he got benched, that would hurt.
I don't know if he continues to struggle. I don't know how much that hurts him in a trade market. One, because of his position. He's good. Like, Rashawn's good. I know he's struggling right now, but he's good. He's going to have value in the league. What's the value, though? That's the question we were talking about at the trade deadline. One of the reasons Monty was able to sign him to this deal was, much to the chagrin of Rashawn's representatives, there didn't appear that there was a big market for him. Now, if you can acquire him, with the year lopped off that contract for, this will tie into the conversation we're going to have here shortly. A shooter is someone who could, a Seth Curry type, someone who could, hit from range, something along those lines. Then, maybe it's a little bit easier for a general manager or a team to digest. But I feel like he'll always have Domantas Sabonis came, like, they brought in Sabonis, like, it was a tough spot for him to be in, and ask him to get acclimated over the final games of the season, or over the final stretch of the season, after he had already been struggling a little bit. I feel like there's enough there with Richaun this season, from the health and safety protocols and the 2 issues with his eye, that now that you've thrown Domantas Sabonis in this, it's just like this perfect stew of disaster that a general manager, I think, would be willing to look at. There's enough sample size, man. We believe this young man can go. He's a high energy guy. He's a great locker room guy. He's a good community guy. We could have him here. Like, we're going to look last year, meaning this year, this was the anomaly. We can get the most out of Richaun Holmes.
I know I would look at it that way if I was a general manager. Like I said, I like him. I would see if maybe you could, I don't know, maybe you could find a way to get him to get back to basics, right? Get back to, all right, man, shot isn't falling. Shot really isn't there in the offense the way we hoped it would be. Let's just worry about, defense and rebounding. And if you have 12 boards, 2 blocks, 2 points, that's a good game for you.
Yeah.
We're not looking for your offense. We want you to get back to what you do and what made you special. In my opinion, what made him special, his hustle points and have an impact on the game without a play ever being ran for him, without a pick and roll ever being ran for him. That's where I would like them to get back to. And, maybe those conversations are had with him and some of the people in the coaching staff, maybe not like Alvin, but, a Rico. Like, yeah, we work out here. Let's get back to basics, man. See if that gets him going.
Is there anything that can change? By the way, I think unless Monty can land a young Monty, if you will.
Yeah, my guy, young Monty.
If Monty can, and unless Monty can add a desperately needed piece by using Richaun Holmes, and as we saw last night, there are still things that this team needs. I'm not 100% sold that you have to move Richaun this offseason. Because we keep looking at, we hope Sabonis and De'Aaron and everybody, involved, Harrison Barnes, Davion Mitchell, the main core pieces will figure out how to play over the course of the next 20 games. And you're just adding to that this offseason. You're expanding on that. Like, you get kind of, okay, we've got kind of a feel of what we're doing here with this team. We've got kind of a feel of what we're doing here in Sacramento, but we're really going to be able to fine tune this thing this offseason. And if we add some pieces, like, great. Richaun could be a guy who's able to do that also. Richaun could be a guy who's like, yo, I had a special chemistry with Tyrese Halliburton. Like, cool. Now I've got it with Davion Mitchell. Yeah. Now I'm working into different rotations with some of these guys. And, now all of a sudden where you get, if I don't know how you could do both. I don't know how Richaun is on this team and you still land the type of shooter that you need, but play along with me here in D'Lo's fantasy world. If you're able to do that, all of a sudden you get out there with Richaun Holmes and you got a guy shooting the three and that ball flies off the rim a couple of times. That's where you've always said Richaun Holmes gets the bulk of his points, is cleaning up things under the glass. Well, now you've got Richaun Holmes back in a better position to succeed.
Right. And see, that's where I want him to get back to that. I want him to get back and get folk more engaged with his roots, so to speak, with getting back to that aspect of Richaun Holmes. Get on those boards. Be a guy that is a sneaky blocker. Come out of there, punch something into the third row. And don't worry about how many points you're scoring and how many shot attempts you're getting. I'm not saying he is, but, maybe that's the approach I would have for him because, he's struggling right now. He's struggling, but he has the ability that some people don't. Not everybody has the ability to be able to do this, to have the impact on the game without scoring many points at all. He has that ability.
Could he make his presence felt on this team? And this is difficult. Could he do it on the defensive end?
Yeah, I think so. I absolutely believe he has that type of ability.
So I do too, because of the type of energy that he plays with.
Uh-huh.
But let's, we can't look past the shortcomings that has, and the shortcomings is, well, that he's short. in the world that he's in the position that he plays, he's smaller, and that's always gonna. Drummond, wasn't he wearing a different uniform the last time he beat up the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah.
I feel like we've
was
seen
this year. It was Detroit, wasn't it?
I feel like the
Lakers. Detroit. Who was
it? The Lakers? What team was Drummond just on where he beat up the Sacramento Kings?
Oh man, because he did. I think it was. It wasn't Detroit. Oh man, this is gonna bother me.
Drummond just walks around the league and puts on different uniforms and comes out.
It was
and
the Sixers.
The
Good job, Warren. It was the Sixers when the Sixers had
right. He
nobody.
Of course, he was a part of the trade. That's right.
Yeah,
that was the last worst Kings loss of the season. Sixers had nobody, and they went out there and lost. Some of y'all, some people we love, were really wilding out on Twitter last night.
Oh, you don't say,
man. We're like the Kings. We go from one extreme to the other. We're exactly like Mo Harkless, going out there, scoring 17 points, 10 rebounds, to suddenly getting a point and 2 rebounds. We're like Harrison Barnes, averaging 24 points per game for 4 straight games and then scoring 6. We go from one extreme to the other when we look at this team, and that's why I hate what we saw yesterday, but I'm not overly concerned about it. A lot of it is the Will Z stats where we were talking about earlier, where they continue to move the ball. They continue to do everything that worked for them, leading, getting them those 2 victories in the games prior, but they weren't able to hit shots. Like the percentages, like I think they shot, I need to pull this back up. I think they shot like 19% in the fourth quarter. Was it that bad?
Oh,
that can't be right. No, they shot 40% in the fourth. There was another they had a rough day shooting 32% through the first 3 quarters. They shot 26% in the third quarter. Man, they like it just never picked up for them.
Yeah, they struggle mightily, and that's why I say, like, moving forward, they either got to do one or 2 things. They've got to kind of flip who they are on the defensive end, where if they're in a game, because I mentioned what about 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, that's only at like 93 points. It's not a lot. It's not like you were getting beat down on the offensive end or on your defensive end and they were scoring a bunch of points. You've got to be able to hang in that game. You've got to be able, if they got 93, you got to be able to have 89. And at that time, they had 74 in the fourth quarter. They just couldn't get anything to go. So you got to figure out, hey, am I going to be a team that is, offensively is where we're going to stay in the games? Or are we going to be able to have times where we may not score as much, but because we're sound defensively, because we're tough defensively, we can hang around, not be down 20 points just because we're not scoring on a particular night?
Yeah, you brought up another good point earlier. They've got to. It's great that they won the last two games. It's great that they were able to tough that one out against Minnesota, come out and overmatch Washington a little bit. But by the way, as high as we were headed into this, the potential of this 3-game stretch, that win against the Wizards broke a 13-game losing streak on the road.
The Kings that lost 13 in a row on the road?
Yeah.
Wow.
So let's not
realize
we over here talking about, let's go, oh man, what if they go through, let's go 2-1. We're asking them to do something that they have very literally been completely unable to do over the last stretch of the season.
Jeez. I didn't even realize that one.
I didn't really. Yeah, I found it in some notes here. It was their longest losing streak since the famous 43 in the 1990-1991 season.
The famous 43.
Well, the infamous 43. We all remember it. Like even young Kings fans have heard it. I heard we once went an entire season without winning a road game. Yeah, true story.
Come on, that's nuts.
Hey, well, look at
season and I went on the road.
Look at it like this. Kings fans own a record that'll never be broken. That is.
Say that again.
That is a Wilt Chamberlain-like record. That bad boy ain't.
I'm trying to see right now. Let's see. Orlando. Is this? Oh yeah. No.
Orlando's bad.
Detroit. They've got 4 road wins right now. They're 4-25. Even Detroit has 4. They've only won 12 games.
They've lost 8 straight. Their plan is in motion.
Did Bagley play last night?
Did who?
I meant to check that. Did Bagley play last night?
Oh, I don't know.
I meant to check on that game and see.
As much as the timeline was tuned into Indiana and Tyrese Halliburton, they weren't tuned into Detroit in the same way. They were not. Marvin Bagley, in fact, played 21 minutes last night.
10 points, 4 of 10, 10 and 8.
10 and 8. 10 and 8.
Yeah, I think that's about the type of player he is at this point. Good for him, though. He got some tick.
Man. Dude, Detroit is tough. By tough, I mean bad. How's Cade Cunningham working out?
I think Cade's doing okay. I think he's doing okay. I don't think he's great. But he's
is that going to be
trying
a
to figure some things out. I don't think so.
Is that going to be a oopsie?
I don't think so. I think Cade will be okay. I don't think I could be wrong. There's plenty of time. He's got a lot of attributes that could say, he could reach some of the levels people had for him. But I don't think he's going to be like this MVP caliber player that people had him pegged to be. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong because I see he's 6'8", can handle. He can shoot. He understands the game. He's got a good feel for the game. So, maybe that turns into something. But I was just always thinking that people were kind of jumping out the window when they were talking about that pre-draft. Like, this is a generational guy. This is a MVP caliber talent. I don't know. I just never got that vibe from him.
Okay. Yeah, how many times have the Kings played Detroit? Because that's probably how many times I've watched Detroit. They haven't been on my league pass schedule, and only rookie I've really been paying attention to is Evan Mobley, partly because I'm just amazed by what Cleveland has done.
Yeah.
And Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
Scotty Barnes in Toronto, I feel like has played.
Josh Giddey, we just talked about him.
Giddey.
Starting to get some eyes on him.
I was going to say over the last 4 weeks or so.
Yeah.
Man, that kid is legit. Like
He's
he
starting to
hit,
get some eyes on him.
he hit like some Luka Doncic numbers today.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, I hadn't really been heavy on him. And then when they came here and I, saw him in person, people say that stuff a lot. I don't know how much that really matters, but I saw him in person, got it just really locked in on the Thunder and the way he plays.
Oh, I think
nice.
I do think it's different when you see someone in person.
Think so?
Oh, absolutely. When the first time I saw Milwaukee a couple of years ago in person, it was a different team than won the championship, but they were really, really good. We were at I don't remember exactly, maybe halfway through the season. There were people talking about, this Bucks team has the ability to win a championship. And again, this was 3-4 years ago or so. I was still with the bad guys down south, and I remember going to that game. And I, seeing them, they were much bigger than I realized.
Uh-huh.
And they were significantly more physical than I realized. So as everyone's talking, this Milwaukee team has a chance to win a championship. I'm like, I don't get it. And then I saw him in person. I was like, got it. Okay. And that's where I fell in love with Malcolm Brogdon too. I was like, this dude is a bad dude right here. Give me Malcolm Brogdon in the Sacramento Kings uniform any day.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that dude. But yeah, no, I think there is something to seeing a team in person or a player in person and thinking about, like, full disclosure, I saw Russell Westbrook very early in his career, and he was a rookie in the freshman sophomore game. Or rising, whatever it was called back then. I think it was in New Orleans. It was the first time I saw him. I was like, this dude is legit. I've been a fan of that dude ever since. My fandom has kicked up since then. But seeing that dude in person made me like, I think you can appreciate someone's game differently when you see how quick they're moving or how physical they are.
Well, there it is. I need some tickets then.
Yeah, so you have this lanyard, right, that has your name on it. Oh, I know. I know those aren't courtside Kenny lanyards, but you can in fact go to every game if you'd like.
Well, I'll be.
Someone say you already do. That. Like I don't know. Every time I open Instagram, the little circle around Kenny at I am K Diddy is lit up. What's KD doing? Oh, KC's courtside at the.
Well, I'm never courtside.
Wait a minute. What's my man I am K Diddy doing over the way? Oh, he's driving a race car. Yeah, that's what my man's doing. Okay. Just living a life, keeping up with the Caraways. That's all we can do.
Man, it's just
that's all we could.
I'm just.
Patrick knows what's up. It's courtside Kenny.
It's tough. It's tough. I got to go to the games because I can't watch the games on TVs the way that you do. I got the small little screen. It's like, well, let me go to the game. If I had something more like Damian, maybe I could, watch it in the confines of my own home. But
no one,
we can't all do that.
Please, no one is buying that. Like, please, we've seen. You've got like your living room looks like an Instagram ad. Like you got the TV and the little fireplace. Man, nobody's buying your line of nonsense, man. Knock it off.
Do not listen to the media once again. Jeez.
One other name I want to bring up. You brought him up right before the break, and it was Damian Jones. We had mentioned Damian Jones didn't get any run last night. Jesse pulled up some numbers. Damian Jones has played all of 3 minutes and 50 seconds since Sabonis has gotten here. So what I often wonder in situations like that, I know you really like Damian Jones, and I think you and James both really do. Both have spoken very highly of him over the course of the last couple of weeks. Do you think with Damian Jones, there's something in practice or in film that maybe we're not seeing?
You know what? I don't think so. I just feel it's more so of, these guys have earned the right to exhaust every possibility. When you talk about obviously Sabonis, but Richaun Holmes, it's a numbers game a little bit. Like Damian's played well, but it was only because Richaun was out. Not him playing well, but him getting the opportunity was because Richaun was hurt. And Richaun is healthy. He slides back into that role. I think it's more so that than anything that he's not shown in a practice or anything like that. I'm sure they have been asked about him. I think they think Damian is doing great, but they're still showing that bit of reverence and respect for Richaun Holmes, as they should. You know what I mean? In these particular situations.
Yeah, I don't think Richaun and Damian Jones right now is the difference between them beating Brooklyn or not beating Brooklyn. But if this team is going to continue to grow over the course of the next 20 some odd games, that could be a decision that they have to make.
Yeah,
I like Damian Jones also. My hope is Richaun Holmes is able to figure it out, and I'm of the belief he will be. I just don't know exactly what that means. Like, I think he could be more of a contributor than we've seen the last few weeks, but we've seen a wide spectrum of Richaun Holmes numbers, right? Like, we've seen 20 plus points, 12 plus rebounds.
Yeah.
Maybe more regularly, we'll see like 15, 16, 17 points and 10, 11, 12 rebounds. But that's with 28 to 32 minutes a night.
Right.
I don't know what that is now, because he ain't getting that.
Yeah, I look at Damian Jones, and I feel like he's able to, if he goes to the 15 minutes, 17 minutes, I think he still would be effective. You know what I mean? He would still, the numbers might not be the same, but your per 36s or whatever, I think they would stay the same with whatever minutes he's given.
I think with Richaun, the type of player that he is, when he's in that rhythm, you'll know it. Like, I think with Richaun, you don't often have to look at points, rebounds. Like, Rashawn's presence, is there.
Yes.
He had a stretch. I know I don't even know if we referenced this on the air. I feel like we were talking about it on the phone. When he got blocked at the rim.
Yeah.
And I think that was before. I know they were relatively, there was the play where he blocked the shot, and I think they called it a goaltend.
Yeah, they had to challenge it,
which I still think it was a blocked shot. Like, they showed the replay. Oh, did they give it?
Maybe they did.
I thought they did.
No, maybe they didn't.
I thought they
turned away
for
a second. I saw the Kings with the ball. Maybe they just still counted the bucket. Yeah.
Okay. We'll step out. We'll come back. Oh my
gosh,
dude! These reviews.
That's why I stepped away. I was like, bro, I'm not sticking around for this.
These reviews are brutal. They have just gotten absolutely brutal, man.
You get 3 looks at it. You get a minute, 30 seconds max. You can't tell in that. You can't overturn it.
916-349-1320. You want to get in on the phone lines, we'll come back. You can watch the show on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live as well. Jason Jones set to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. Lots to talk to him about. More Kings talk on the way. And who was watching the Super Bowl? I can tell you who wasn't. We'll explain. With D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, returns here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's right. It was called goaltending, and they had that. Called, that's crazy.
I literally was like, wait a minute. No, I'm gonna go over here and do this. It's taking forever. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, we could talk about it. I can't believe Cody might be going to. I can't wrap my brain around why would you build something like that? Like, why would you be a part of literally building something from scratch? It's kind of a stretch to say AEW started with a tweet, the whole Dave Meltzer tweet. But man, it kind of started with the Dave Meltzer tweet, the indie show, the success of the indie show launched into the formation of AEW. Like, he's got, what's the show called? Crossroads. What's the show with him? Him and Brandy got a reality show. They're like the AEW Miz and Maurice on that joint, man. Like, man, I don't get it. Like, I don't. I mean, it's probably as simple as money. Yeah, I just don't believe like I hate it's too much of a work. Like we're conditioned to think everything in wrestling isn't real because wrestling. So we believe everything's a work. Man, you got a lot of people in on this. Cole, get rid of old boy, man. Here, I'll answer your question before you go. They're blue blockers. Get this dude out of here, man. He's being a dumbass. Cole, handle that for me. Well, yeah, I don't think yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that EVP structure worked, but I know he was one of them. And it was him, the Bucks, and Omega. And I thought they all got together to write the shows. Like I thought they were essentially what WWE calls the creative team. I think Jericho's a big part of that too. I don't know. Like I just don't see how he has the creative freedom to do the things that he's been doing. I don't know. Again, I know I keep repeating that. I sound like Garrett Cole. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I thought, you stay there, you build, and again, it could be as simple as money. WWE could throw the bag at him like no one from AEW that I can think of has jumped ship over there to WWE. And why would you? Like, who looks at the WWE product right now and goes, yo, that's a better spot for me? WWE can't even get like the NXT to WWE thing. Like, who was the dude with the girl? I can't remember the guy's name because I've been so disconnected from that company. But it was something Cross, but he had a girl in NXT, and I thought it was a dope act. Is it Karrion Kross? And he had the girl, right? And didn't they completely switch up his character when he went to WWE? Like, look, y'all are the same company, man. What are you doing? Like, you had something that worked, that got over in NXT. All you're doing is like, yo, here we are. You go, hey, NXT. Like, we know what NXT is. It's the lower league. You got the big boys up here, and that was crazy. It's not, but it's not. It is, but it isn't. Everybody caters to him. Like, that's the problem. There's no one there to tell him, like, nah, dude, this ain't it. And as much as I enjoy Bruce Pritchard's podcast, or used to enjoy Bruce Pritchard's podcast because it's ass now, and I get it. He doesn't have time to do it, but they're still getting paid a ton of money for it, so they do it. I don't want the guy who booked the Mega Powers Exploding writing TV in 2022. Like, if you wrote the big Miss Elizabeth main event angle and you're still connected enough with wrestling fans that you know what to write in 2022, man, that ain't it. And they don't write for me or you or any of us, man. They write for Vince because Vince still has the ability to say yes and no. Not only can you listen to the show live on the Odyssey app, you can subscribe to the podcast as well. Listen to D'Lo and KC on demand and at leisure. If you do, whether it's Odyssey, Spotify, Google Play, if you download the podcast, if you subscribe to the podcast through a platform that allows you to rate and review the show, man, we ask that you please do. It is a big deal for us. It's just like when I beg you to hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons over there on YouTube and Twitch, and hit the like button on Facebook, wherever you're at, man. We're happy that you are allowing us to be a part of your day. Jason Jones, the professor, Jason Jones of The Athletic, is going to be here shortly.
Got a question. Did you see Richard Sherman kind of going in on Matthew Stafford after the Super Bowl?
I didn't.
Not necessarily Matthew Stafford, but There was
It's like what Matt Stafford do to him? Like, hey, wait a minute. Where's Aaron Andrews when you need her?
Who was talking about you?
Like, wait a minute. What's Richard Sherman got to do with this?
There was talk. Now, I wouldn't know this directly because I'm blocked by Richard Sherman.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I wouldn't know this directly.
What'd you do to Richard Sherman?
I don't know, but, I probably was talking crazy about him in the Seattle days.
Yeah, you didn't say that very convincingly. So did you tag him? Were you that guy? Were you tagging
I probably did tag him, or I responded or something like that. But it's crazy, though, because...
Is it the same thing you did to Bobby Gerald?
I don't know what I did to Bobby Gerald.
Probably tagged him talking crazy.
I have no idea. The funny thing about that is, even like in my, just purely not in the business days, I'm not the type to like, I'm not gonna call nobody out of their name. I'm not gonna curse them out or whatever. I got the whole idea of I'm not gonna say anything to you that I wouldn't say to your face. So if I wouldn't say it to your face, I'm not gonna say it in a tweet or on a radio show or nothing like that. So I'm not sure why I'm blocked by Richard Sherman. I'm really not. I don't know, but I am. So after the game, I think there was talk going around about Matthew Stafford. This solidifies him as a possible Hall of Fame candidate. And Richard tweeted out, he said, I'm going to talk about it on the podcast, but the Hall of Fame bar is incredibly low now. Mm-hmm. It's like a participation trophy. No all-decade team, no all-pro, no MVP, one Pro Bowl, not even MVP of the Super Bowl. Never considered the best in any year he played. At least Matt Ryan has an MVP. And he goes on with a number of different, like 4 or 5 other tweets where he was talking about this. He talked about in the game, he did nothing spectacular. It's literally a macrocosm of his career. Did good, not great. Made a few wow passes, made some few facepalm passes. Aaron Donald and Vaughn are the 2 Hall of Famers he should thank. Do you think that Sherman is spot on, has a point, or is he off?
I disagree with his assessment of Matt Stafford as it relates to the Hall of Fame, because that's not the barometer for a Hall of Fame anymore. What is the barometer, you ask? I don't know. I'm with Richard Sherman in the first thing that he said. The bar for the Hall of Fame now is incredibly low. And I think it's low across all sports. We saw the debacle that was Major League Baseball a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Trash. I think it's very, very true for the Basketball Hall of Fame as well. And the NFL Hall of Fame is no different. I don't know what we're measuring here. Like, Matt Stafford has long been considered a really, really good quarterback that was stuck on a really, really bad team.
Yeah.
The best team that he played with. Yeah. We joke about the full Matt Stafford experience. Dude threw for 4,800 yards this year, 41 touchdowns and 17 interceptions.
Well, so he kind of answers that in another tweet. He says, there is no measuring stick that makes Stafford a Hall of Famer other than playing in the most passer-happy decade in NFL history. Inflated numbers make every QB that starts 10-plus years a quote-unquote Hall of Famer. I think he's right. Matthew Stafford is really good. He's a really good quarterback. Really good. He's not a Hall of Fame quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just think you like your boy who blocked you. You like Richard Sherman. I think your barometer for the Hall of Fame is no longer accurate. I think a lot of what we do now is measure numbers. You could talk about all era players. You talk about being the greatest at your position. You could talk about all those different things all you want to. That's not how you measure. That's not how you measure quarterbacks anymore. Or that's not how you measure Hall of Famers anymore. And I'll be clear. I just want to be clear. I don't know what the measurement is for a Hall of Famer in any sport, but he's got a ring, the same amount of rings that Drew Brees has, same amount of rings that Aaron Rodgers has, same amount of rings that Brett Favre has. and he's put up some pretty impressive numbers. Not necessarily in the win-loss column, but touchdown wise, yard wise, like those numbers are up there. Again, I'm not gonna I capped for Matt Stafford. I was like, I thought you were unfair to Matt Stafford. I think he's a good quarterback, probably a really good quarterback. Hall of Fame, dude, I don't even know how to answer that anymore.
If he, for all these guys that they get into the Hall, like I'm never gonna, or I'm gonna attempt to make it clear, like, hey, you're in the Hall of Fame. You earned whatever it is you get out of your career because you're the one that sacrificed, put in the work, did everything you had to do to possibly get to that point. So I never want to dampen that moment. I just think, just like retired jerseys, the bar is really low. Like I need my greats to be great.
You're forgetting though. The Hall of Fame is it's a show. It's a program. Now it's a museum, or it's always been a museum. But that's like what how can we display this? It's just not a measurement of the untouchable excellence of athletes anymore. That's just not what it is.
It's like I heard this line from my buddy Ryan Murphy down in San Francisco. That always this is a great way to go about the Hall of Fame. I think it's not perfect, it's not foolproof, but he said, "Can you tell the story of the game or the league without the person? If you can, it's not a Hall of Famer. If you can't, that's a Hall of Famer." If I'm sitting up here and I'm telling my grandkids, let me tell you about what the NFL is and some of the greatest players that came through here. I'm not talking about Matthew Stafford.
That's the elite of the elite. Then, like if you hit that measurement, you're throwing guys out of the Hall of Fame right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I just okay. Hate and bad energy, right? That's the theme of today's show. All right, let. I feel like can you tell the story of the league without Aaron Rodgers?
No,
you can't.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Really?
And I feel damn near the same way you do about it.
Okay, but explain to me.
He is literally, as much as I can, he is literally one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen.
Okay.
He is.
So
he is almost a one of one at that position.
Really?
There's some things there's some things out there that he does out there on the field where I'll be like, damn, I hate him, but I ain't. Who else is doing that?
I don't question that at all. But how do you work him into the story? The story of the NFL.
Just one of the greatest to ever do it.
Look, I know, and Hey, boys and girls, as we tell the story of the NFL, look, I know you're about to hear a lot about a gentleman by the name of Tom. He's been to the biggest game, 10 times? Won 7?
That's crazy.
Let me tell you, you're going to hear a lot about a man named Peyton as well. Slamming records, went to that game 3 or 4 times as well. Got a couple rings on his finger. But let me tell you about the greatest of them all. Oh, tell me. Oh, Aaron Rodgers. How many times did he go to that game? Well, he just went once. Oh, okay. How many times did he go though? Oh, just once. Oh, how do you tell the story? You just say he was a really good quarterback, but it didn't amount to wins.
You tell this. You tell it the same way. You tell it the same way you tell them about Dan Marino, and how people talk about Dan Marino right now. Like, yo, people today.
He played in the era.
Marino's the baddest.
Who played in the era of the San Francisco 49ers.
Right. I don't think. Well, you could say he played in the era of the Patriots, but talking about Aaron Rodgers, but not really. They weren't in the same conference, but Marino wasn't in the same conference as the 49ers. But there's people today who will say, "Yo, Marino that's the baddest dude. He just didn't have help or anything like that." But they're like, he's the baddest.
But see, that's where the flaw in the Hall of Fame, tell the story of the NFL. Like that's where the flaw comes into me. I get it. I get what you and your boy are trying to express here. But if Dan Marino's the baddest, then what's Aaron Rodgers?
No, I don't think he is. But I'm saying there's people who will say,
no, for sure.
Like,
there are people who still think Dan Marino's the baddest.
Nobody, and I know you're not saying this. Nobody's saying, Matthew Stafford. Nobody has that argument to say he's the baddest. He's the baddest. There's like 10 guys that you can, maybe even shorter than that. 7 guys. And you say, no, this dude was the baddest, and we'll have debates about it. Aaron Rodgers is in that class. Aaron Rodgers, 4-time MVP, 4 times in his career, was the best player in the game.
Yep.
Like, mind you, feel the same way about him as you do, but that you absolutely cannot tell the story without talking about Aaron Rodgers. Everything that entails it too. Everything that entails, not just the good stuff.
So I also feel like you get into like uncomfortable stories.
I meant like everything on the field.
No. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Because I'm thinking about Drew Brees. Drew Brees broke every record imaginable.
Yeah.
But it's also this weird, well, wait a minute. If we're hyping up how many rings Brady has, why are we talking about any other quarterback who just, so what? Drew was a stat hoe? What's Drew Brees? Again, Drew Brees is great. It's just, it gets difficult into what story you tell. I don't know what the measurement is for a Hall of Famer. I think your idea of it, great. Awesome. But man, that is the tip top of the tip top, and you start throwing a lot of really, really good players out of the conversation.
Right.
With that.
Well, and then also when it comes to something like that, it's about telling the story, right? Not just reading the numbers. So part of the story is Drew Brees won Super Bowl, has all these stats, never got back to the big dance. But let me tell you the story about how they were there every year. Every year they were there. Same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Every year, NFC North had to go through Green Bay. He was a 1 or 2 seed, failed in the playoffs. That's held against him. That's why we're not calling him the greatest, because he failed in the playoffs over and over again. Well, let me tell you about what these guys used to do year in and year out and all this other stuff. Part of the story, right? You know what I mean? So that's part of it. It's a 10-part documentary. It's not a...
Oh, it's one of them Last Dance joints. Okay. What part of the story is Derek Carr likely to get $40 million per season? What part? Where is that story told? Because
let me tell you about some crazy stuff that went down in the NFL.
Let me tell you about the Derek Carr extension. Wow. The previous Raider quarterback couldn't wait to show Derek Carr the door. Then they threw his ass out of the league, and he sued for $75,000 or something like that. That's somebody else. That's somebody else. That's my bad. That's somebody else. And then Derek Carr solidified his position, which I believe. Look, we've said this a million times before. There's no reasonable quarterback contract in the NFL. If the Raiders want to keep Derek Carr long term, you pay him like a franchise quarterback. Franchise quarterback, that dollar figure appears to be about $40 million. I get it. It's the going rate for a franchise quarterback, which is why I literally cannot wait to see what Jimmy Garoppolo's contract extension is. I'll let you get on board now if you want to. I'll let you. Come on, man.
You think Jimmy getting $40 million a year?
I'm saying I think I'm sticking with my original line because I don't want to do math. He's getting $100 million. Okay, shoot.
Reported $100 million.
Yeah. Yes, reported $100 million but he's getting it minimum guaranteed like 80. He's getting a massive extension.
It's
Or,
nowhere
I guess
close to this. But
maybe
what did
maybe
Dak get? What was Dak's guaranteed?
like a jillion. Like I can't remember the number. It was outrageous, but I think Dak, the second he signed the contract, there are two numbers in my head. I thought it was 75.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 70 something. Yeah.
Yeah. The second he signed the contract, $75 million.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't.
Jimmy's not getting that.
No, not absolutely.
He'll get 80
but you said he was getting 80
100
guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I mean, no, but the thing with Dakota,
rewarded 80.
No,
I think it's going to be a rewarded 80
because that ain't sexy. 100 is sexy. They're going to find a way to make sure it's $100 million contract. And
these contracts are crazy. We were on the call earlier today talking about Aaron Donald's contract. Mm-hmm. And anybody you want to take a guess at what his base pay will, we'll give the chat. I'll give the chat like 20 seconds. We'll take a guess at what his base pay is for the Los Angeles Rams this year.
Base pay is always tricky. My goodness. If this report about $40 million is right, do you know what quarterbacks make $40 million a year?
It's like 3 of them, right?
That's it. It's Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Dak Prescott. That's it. So this was the other Dak Prescott number in my head. The fully guaranteed dollar is $95 million. That was the other number that was in my head.
I think Dr. David already knew this, but yeah, Aaron Donald's I think it's 1.4. His base pay was $1.4 million. Then he's got a bunch of incentives, signing bonuses, all this other stuff that gets him to I think it's about 20 some million, but yeah, 1.4 million.
Deshaun Watson wasn't sacked or tackled one time last year, and he made $39 million.
Wow.
Do the Texans think they're winning this thing? What exactly are the Texans? We'll show him. Think you can get away with telling us you don't want to be here, pal. Well, here's your $39 million. You be the 4th string quarterback. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM. West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Your man TC here. TC, what's happening, baby?
What's up with my two brothers? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What's good, TC?
Okay, yeah, man. Just a few things, bro. So first and foremost, I mean, on the Kings, we gonna be ours, bro. They just gotta practice, bro. I mean, not like last night when I was seeing that game, like usually, though, we were talking about when we were down, bro. Usually, I'll be like, man, you know what? It's over. Last night, I was like, bro, we shouldn't come back even with 3 minutes left. I'm like, they gonna catch fire. So I don't know, man. I'm just changing the way I think, bro, because we got a team, bro, and we just gotta practice.
I feel you.
Better, man. They get better, bro.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm with you, TC.
For sure. And then another thing on the Niners is a 2-part. So first and foremost, Montana's really making me starting to dislike him, bro. I know he's been bitter about the whole CGM situation, but every chance he gets, bro, he's getting on there. First, he was happy about us drafting Trey Lance in the beginning. Now it's like he's getting on everybody's show saying he's not ready. You shouldn't have got him. Keep Jimmy Montana's really making me dislike this guy, bro, more and more and more, bro.
Nah, TC, you're not wrong. And by itself, people, so for those that don't know, Joe Montana did an interview and he talked about, I don't think that Trey Lance is ready. I think the Niners should keep Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know I responded to that as a tweet, and I was like, I don't even know if Joe watches football anymore. I really am not sure. He seems like the type that doesn't watch football. But to TC's point, because the professor actually was like, oh, do you think that because he doesn't agree with, your team or like that? And I said, well, I didn't respond. But in my head, I was like, no, Joe is just always against the Niners. Mm-hmm. Always. Maybe it's not factual, right? Maybe it's just a feeling, but he's just always against the Niners. He's not in support of the Niners. Last game of Candlestick, I'll never forget. He didn't show up. He had a thing that he couldn't get out of. That he had to. It's the last game of Candlestick. You're Joe Montana. Mm-hmm. No. I got a thing that I can't get out of. So I think Joe absolutely still holds resentment to the 49ers franchise. It just never, he's never positive about the Niners. You don't have to always be positive, but if you're never positive, something's going on.
I was scouring the internet for what I thought would be the obvious connection, and it doesn't exist. Normally, when you hear stuff like that, it's like there's a connection. What's the connection? It's almost always the agent. Nope, wasn't the agent. Donnie, Sacramento proud, represents Jimmy Garoppolo. Joe Montana is still represented by CAA. So,
oh, okay. Yeah.
there. I was like, this is easy. We're going to stumble across it. It's going to be the agent right here.
He is Sacramento proud.
That's right.
He's to pull up on us one time.
We need to ask.
Yeah. Don.
Like, hey,
No,
man,
I'm sure he listens to the show. Don, come on. You
he used to do sports radio in Sacramento. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to do this.
And then he turned into an agent?
Well, I think let me make sure. This is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is never wrong.
Yeah,
he did,
especially when they say somebody is somebody else's dad.
He was a producer
or owner.
Those are funny though, because they be quick. Game just ended. Deebo Samuel, father of Aaron Donald. Of course, that doesn't hit like it did.
It doesn't. It does not hit like it did. In November, it hit.
Yeah, Don, you worked at. He was a producer at KFBK, a nightly sports talk show host. I don't get the connection here, but he somehow got a season credential for the Lakers and covered a part of Magic Johnson's rookie season. Went to law school. Blah 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 blah. Became a sports agent in 1988.
Need to pull up on us.
Well,
so, like I said,
I'm sure that's easy. Gotta be.
Come on.
Talk to him about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
It's easy work. Easy work.
Tell me how much Jimmy's my guy.
Talk to him about some of these quarterback contracts too.
Man. Maybe you could break some news on here. Yeah, we're looking for 120 million from Jimmy.
You can look for whatever you want. Like we talked a lot about Richaun Holmes today. Remember what Richaun Holmes' agent was allegedly looking for?
Oh, damn.
Cut that in half and you got it. They was looking for 80. Cool. We'll give you 40. That's what's James Ham always say. You can put your house on the market for $1 million, but if it sells for 500,000, you got a $500,000 house. Yeah. That's what it is, man. Sorry, bro. Can't help you, man. Can't help you at all. Kings fall short last night against the Brooklyn Nets. They've got an opportunity to get back on track here before the All-Star break arrives. We will talk Kings basketball. We'll talk the Kings trade deadline moves. We'll talk Super Bowl halftime show with the professor, Jason Jones. Jason Jones of The Athletic. He joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Kirk Cousins, $33 million per year. Carson per year. Matt Ryan, $30 million a year.
Man, these guys are getting a bag.
Ryan Tannehill, 29.5, and that's my measurement right there. Ryan Tannehill, $29.5 million. That is what tells me Jimmy Garoppolo is going to get a $100 million contract. Unrestricted free agent in 2023. So he's going to sign that extension this year. How many fully guaranteed $100 million contracts are there? Josh Allen. Josh Allen. There's one. Yeah, we could take a call sometimes. Okay. Man. Who wants to? Jesse? JT? Yeah.
Montana had his own. He was a bad man. He was a bad man in his own right, but
Did he play with Hall of Famers or did he make them Hall of Famers?
A little bit of both.
That's true. Yeah.
On Taylor, though, what he did with Brett Jones, what he did with Dwight Clark. And more than anything, they believed in Joe Montana. All the offense and defense, they believed in everything that Joe was about.
Ugh. Sam Bradford, arguably the smartest man in the history of the National Football League. That's right, Dr. David. The GOAT. What's old boy who destroyed the Kings and got that contract?
Jerome James.
Jerome, yeah. He's up there. He's up there with the bag getters. Oh, man, Will Z just hit us with another one. And another one. Some say the X makes spectacular. 82 games with Tyrese, 19 games without Tyrese. Man, Will is putting in work. I put out a tweet to try to get Will Z to 500 followers. He was like, I'm going to have a drink when I get to 500 followers. Man, he's at 723.
Damn, Will Z.
He popping more Luke Belair than we are. That's all right. Rep your team, baby. Rep your team. Shoot, it ain't my tweet that worked. It's your tweets that work, man. These are awesome. Awesome. He didn't get the full bag? Why not? Unless you're talking about someone else. Oh, JJ Hickson. I got you. Okay. I'm working backwards. Sorry, John.
Oh, man. Evan Turner.
Man.
People would hype him up crazy.
Yeah. They indeed couldn't. They indeed could not, man. Terrible.
Somebody tweeted, Luka Doncic is just Evan Turner with white privilege and a higher usage rate.
That's funny. King shot 31% in the first quarter, 26 in the fourth. Good God Almighty, it killed him. The professor, Jason Jones, set to join us coming up here in just a few minutes, 916-349-1320. Before he does, get JT here. JT, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to talk to you again. Real quick, on the Hall of Fame, two things. One, the only reason why it's become the Hall of Really Good is because they hold the Hall of Fame every single year. And at this point, who we consider the GOATs or the greatest of all time are already in there. So I think if you kind of separate it, maybe every 5 years or so, you might have a better chance of getting greatest players. As it comes to Matthew Stafford, I don't think he's going to be in the Hall of Fame at first ballot. He may be somewhere down the road from there, but definitely not a first ballot guy. Appreciate you guys.
No problem. That's a good point, JT.
What if I know you don't want to talk about this. Just what if they get another one next year? And we'll just 4,800, 41 and 17. His numbers on the season, and they get another one.
I mean, it becomes more of a debate right now. It's not even a question. It's not even a question right now. Like if you ask me the question, we don't need to spend any time on it right now because he's not. But if he wins another one, and has another great year, all right, now we can have a conversation. I'm not ready to put him in necessarily. I may at the end of the conversation, but it's conversation worthy for sure.
Could Jared Goff have done what he did this year? Could they have won the Super Bowl with Jared Goff?
I don't think so.
The answer is no.
I don't think so.
The answer is no. This move paid off for what they wanted.
The funny thing about that is, like, I was listening to Simmons and our guy Cousin Sal again, and Simmons actually brought up a good point. He was like, "It worked.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it wasn't crazy to do what they did, right?"
Oh, sure.
Like, they had some gambling analogy where you double down on something like that you would never sensibly do. And then would you, like, if your partner did that, would you be like, man, he's great at what he does? No, he just got lucky on a stupid decision. So it worked though. So at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
Well, he ain't but the Rams aren't the first team to make that decision. I mean, the Lakers are living it right now. Like, there are other teams that have tried to have gone all in and have just failed miserably. As we bring in our man Jason Jones, the professor, if you will, the professor Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, what's up, partner?
Nothing much. Nice to come in right after the phrase "Lakers fail miserably."
Well, you don't have to worry about that because they're going to have a all LA parade for a title they won like 2 seasons ago.
I do not endorse that, nor do I want to see any of that. I do not want to see. No, we're going to have. Let's get Kike Hernandez back from Boston so he can participate. And, hey, Rondo, I know you might be busy, but let's get back out here. You know, hey, where's KCP? No, LeBron needs to put the Twitter down sometime. No, we don't need that. We don't need a participation trophy type parade. Like, hey, let's go ahead and get Sierra Canyon up there, and I'm sure like some high school football. Just make it LA County. Yeah, no.
Your boy Bron is a bit wild, man. He's a bit wild.
Yeah, I think sometimes he and Magic both have the I don't know what you would call it, the ability to tweet things that make you go, I wonder why he would just why? It's like, why? Are we really gonna? No one wants an all LA parade. I mean, that's no.
Well, the LA might. Like, see, LeBron is cerebral. Like, remember when LeBron tweeted "free OBJ"? And I came in here that day. I was like, dude, Odell going to the Rams. Like, LeBron didn't just tweet that for no reason.
Well,
like, he tweeted it.
Yeah, they can let LeBron be on the video and congratulate the Rams or something. I don't know, but
he won his own float.
I mean, yeah, they won, but I'm more worried about this point. You know what? Hey, how about you deal with not being the 9th seed? I mean, I don't really care about a parade. I mean, they did the White House, so they got part of it. I mean, hey, I think they did the White House. I don't remember at this point. I feel like that was like 10 years ago at this point. Like, we've been through like 5-6 seasons since 2020.
Bron. You gotta love Bron. You really do gotta love Bron.
You think they can win a playoff series?
This team right now, no. No.
That's crazy.
But it's no, I can't say, not the way they look right now. I mean, they can't hold leads. I mean, when you watch them, sometimes I watch the Lakers and think they really don't like their coach or something, because there's no way in the world you could be out there doing that and someone told you to do it. Like, what do you? Sometimes it's just wild. And even, the situation with Russ, where Russ says his back was hurting, but he's also not used to sitting for long stretches.
That was funny.
I'm like, bro, did you see yourself against the Knicks? They win regulation if they get you out the game. I was like, man, I said, but you know what? Maybe there's enough drama. Maybe they get some of that old LA drama magic and go, wow, we hate each other. Let's make something weird happen. And then, but right now they probably play the Suns or the Warriors if they get in.
Oof.
I don't like their chances of neither one of those, quite honestly. I mean, they'd have to get up to 6 for me to be like, they can win a series. And right now they can't win 2 games in a row.
So let me ask you something that you might have a little bit more insight. That you definitely would have more insight than I would. People like are dear friend Trista Crick get on the Lakers for not making a move at the deadline. Do you think there's some gamesmanship going around the league where they're like, I'm not helping the Lakers out. You guys get everything all the time. You got LA. I'm like, we'll make a trade, but it's like 1,000% on my terms if I'm like a rival GM or something like that. You think some of that happened around the trade deadline for them?
I don't know if as much as that is they don't have a whole lot they can move. And if you're going to take on something that they've got, yeah, you're going to tax them for that. And plus, let's not forget their GM is a former agent, Rob Pelinka, who there's people around the league who didn't like Rob. And because there's an argument to be made that a couple of years ago when they did win the title, he should have been in the running for executive of the year, putting that team together. He got no love. As if, it was like the team just fell together out the sky. So I think you add some of that stuff into it, and the fact that what are you going to do? Offer DeAndre Jordan and what? They really couldn't do a whole lot, anyway. I've been saying for months, that's going to be their team. For better or worse, that's their team. They could, the whole idea of they can flip THT and something, whatever, like I wasn't banking on it. That's what they've got. They got to figure something out.
Is there any way obviously this season is what it is, whatever they do, LeBron James is going to drag them to it. But is the only way to fix this is to get out of this Russell Westbrook issue that they have, get off of that contract and be able to bring in a more well-balanced team? Is like moving Russell Westbrook the key to this whole thing for the Lakers?
I don't know. I mean, maybe next year, but I mean, right now.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's like, what was it like in New Jack City? We all we got. Maybe that's my movie's wrong. That's all they can't do anything now. What do you do? Wait on the buyout market? Maybe gets a little extra help there, but their solution is going to be, you know what? LeBron be LeBron, AD play better, Russ figure it out, and see what you got with the rest of the guys. I mean, Malik Monk hasn't been bad for him. I mean, Kendrick Nunn has the worst bruised knee I've ever seen in recorded history. I mean, that's right. That's your mid-level. That's one of your exception deals. You've gotten zero from that. They wanted Patty Mills in that spot. They didn't get him, but it's not like Brooklyn's lighting the world on fire right now either. So, I mean, last night is an exception.
Yeah.
They've been, but, it's going to be interesting if you get them in a series and they can say they get into a series and they can steal a game on the road. And you get them in a position where you got, say, LeBron and AD playing really well and Russ somehow figure something out to fit in with them. I don't think you want to play them in a series per se because, if LeBron goes nuclear, he can take a series over. But for them, that can't even worry about that right now. They got to try to, like I said, win 2 or 3 games before they worry about a series against anybody.
So you got this, shifting gears to the Sacramento Kings. You've got the situation. I'm trying to figure out. I think we talked to you the day of the trade. We hadn't seen them play. Mm-hmm. So you see the Kings 2-3 games. There was mass hysteria after the first 2 games, and then mass hysteria the other way after the game last night. What do you think from 3 games of Sabonis being there, De'Aaron Fox playing with them, Harrison Barnes? What do you think about the pairing of Sabonis being in here? Was it worthwhile to move on from a guy as beloved as Halliburton to get a guy like Sabonis?
I still think so. Even if they gone 0-3 since, I'd still say it was worth it. You got to try something. You can't just sit around and just hope, well, maybe this guy will be our next star. And like I said, to me, the only way I would be like, what were you doing? And I'm not going to, would be like if Tyrese goes on to become like Grant Hill. And you're like, my God, that was a generational player we traded for a bit, but I don't know if that's going to happen. And like I said, that being said, he plays the same position as De'Aaron. And at some point, one of those 3 guys had to get moved. You couldn't keep them all. It just made no sense. So I think, when I've watched Sabonis play with them, I mean, just offensively, some of the things they can do that are differently, they're still not going to be a good defensive team, but at least have a guy, some more weapons on offense. If you're going to have a struggle, pick one and then just roll with it. You can't struggle on both ends. And now, I think they have more of a chance offensive. Like I said last night, they couldn't make anything, but I like it. I think it was a good, it was well worth the risk. I mean, like I said, what were you going to do, to sit around and just wait? And so they were also able to get off of Marvin, finally move Marvin after, keeping him around for probably about a year too long, but he's, so I mean, they did some things they probably have wanted to do for a while. And so now, like I said, to me, it's not even about how they finish this season. It's about now you have a foundation going into the summer and beyond. I mean, would it be cool for them to get to 10 or whatever, get in the play-in? Sure. But to me, that's not I'm not going to say, okay, they didn't make the play-in, that was a failure, because the team wasn't good enough most of the year to be in that mix. So see what you got right here, make some decisions in the summer. I wish we could see Terrence Davis with this group. I think that would be a thing to see with, too bad he's hurt. I think I would love to see him with this group, but you have him back next season. So just kind of see where it goes.
Hey, real quick, Jason, I wanted to ask you, because you're, pretty sensible when it comes to the Kings stuff. Do you think that not only Kings fans, but people around the league and media people, we all on this interview here, we like Tyrese Halliburton? I think people kind of jumped out the window with like, that's just never a guy that you ever trade.
Oh,
what
yeah.
He's doing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It's kind of bizarre.
You would have thought the Kings traded Anthony Edwards or LaMelo Ball. You'd have been like, I mean, that's the way people were reacted. How could you? It's like, calm down. I mean, he's a good and I hate even having the discussion to a degree, because it sounds like I'm clowning Tyrese, and I'm not.
Right.
No, we got you. We know what you mean.
Yeah, but, there's levels to this, and LaMelo Ball's going to be playing in the All-Star game once. They didn't trade him.
Right.
They didn't trade Ant Edwards. They didn't trade Ja Morant. Like, I think, like I said, part of it is, I don't know a person who doesn't like Tyrese. And so it hurts to move on from someone you like. It's like breaking up with the girl that you didn't really want to break up with, but hey, she got a job across country. You don't want to do that whole 3,000-mile thing, but it hurts, but it has to happen. And I just think for them to get better in the long term, someone that people liked had to get moved. It wasn't just going to be, well, we'll move Marvin and Buddy, which was everyone's dream scenario. Hey, just move Marvin and Buddy. It's like, no, to get something good back, it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
But I just think part of it is that everyone loves Tyrese, and part of it is everyone's programmed to think whatever the Kings did is wrong. No matter what they do.
That's right.
They're going to be the way they were getting killed nationally, I'm like, number one, a lot of you guys have not watched the Kings a lot, clearly. And number two, a lot of you haven't watched Sabonis play a lot, because some of these takes were so wild. Like, what are the Kings doing? And they're like, a week ago, you guys were all making fun of this team for being down by like 90 in Boston. Now, all of a sudden, no one from that same team is tradable.
Right. Buddy Hield is a flamethrower.
A flamethrower, indeed.
Yeah, he's going to cut. All of a sudden, it's like, how do you get off a guy like Buddy Hield? And it's like, okay, I get it. The Kings are the Kings, but at least be fair. At least be fair to them.
Well, no, at least research. Like, if you go and talk about them or write about them, like, look, just like spend 10 minutes looking up something.
Yeah,
Jalen Rose talking about Tyrese Halliburton DMPs is still the wildest thing that's going to happen in the NBA world this year.
It's amazing he made that Rising Stars game getting a bunch of DMPs.
Crazy. Like, think about this. Think about that 90-second clip of Jalen and Jacoby. He's talking about Tyrese Halliburton getting DMPs, but is stunned that they traded him. Like, fam, reconcile that with me here for a minute. Like,
not to mention he's the number one guy, the Tyrese Halliburton fan club.
Right here, went full RVD on us. I'm number one in the Tyrese Halliburton fan club.
I know so much about Tyrese. I think he's not playing when he is.
That's right. Jason, you talked about Kings fans having to give up on having to lose someone they love. Kenny and I have spent some time talking today about potentially losing someone else that the fan base loves. And that's, Jay, I don't know I don't know where Richaun Holmes fits in this new version of the Kings, and I'm not sure that Richaun knows either.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't because he resigned to be their starting center.
Mm-hmm.
But this is also one of those kind of tough, the inconvenient truth situations. If you talk to people outside of Sacramento, most of them would tell you if Richaun is your starting center, you're probably not going to be a very good team. Not to say that Richaun can't play, but it's just in terms of your level of talent. I think Richaun can still help this team, but I mean, if I'm him, I'm not happy that they traded for a center, but you traded for a walking double-double almost. I mean, you got, and like I said, it's always that tug of I like him, but you got to be realistic about what we're talking about here. We're not talking it's not like, Sabonis is bumping out Joel Embiid, for playing time, or they got to now sit, Jokic, because, there's nothing we're talking about here. We're talking about, players who are on a team that was down 60 points a couple of weeks ago. I mean, players on a team that have had some of the worst outings I've ever seen at times this year, where they, Alvin apologizing once a week for what he put on the court.
Seriously.
So, I mean, it's just, I get it from a sentimental fan thing, but it does make me laugh. It's like, yeah, we're terrible, but we want to keep all of our favorite guys, though, except Buddy and Marvin.
Except Buddy and Marvin.
We want to get rid of those two because those are the two guys holding us back. And you saw some of the fan shift on the air, and all of a sudden we don't like him either. But it's like, okay, but still, you want to keep everyone else except Buddy and Marvin, and you're mad that they can't flip De'Aaron for, like, I don't know, Kevin Durant. I don't know what people expect sometimes. Like, you sit here and say this team is terrible. We don't have enough good players, but you want to take these same players and get a superstar for them.
Right.
Like, yeah, we're sure that team over there will need the depth of our below 500 team by give us their best player. It ain't gonna happen.
And the interesting thing about that too is I think Monty McNair deserves a lot of credit. And this is his job, so maybe he doesn't deserve a lot of credit, but it didn't seem like he got caught up in all that emotional stuff. I'm sure he liked Tyrese just like he liked everybody else, but he knew his job was to make this team better and to make the hard decisions. I'm sure he likes Richaun Holmes. Bringing in a guy that probably is going to replace Richaun Holmes wasn't something he wanted to do, but he said, you know what, this is what needs to be done for this team to have a better opportunity to be a playoff team that they're trying to be. Then he did it. I don't want to say with no hesitation because I don't know how long it took him to press call on that, but he got it done, man, and I give him credit for that.
He did his job because this is the reason why a lot of times you can't let your coach be your GM, because it's the GM's job to think about the big picture, not just right now, but 1 year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. A lot of times if you're too close to a player, you can't make that deal because you're like, but I'm the guy you signed him, but he's all, to be, just kind of just blunt about it. These guys are signed to be traded and whatever, you're just trading contracts at that point. You can't get wrapped up in, well, I really like him or I like this guy more than another. Like I said, Tyrese was his first, decision. And it went extremely well. Can't be easy to say, you know what? I like this. I like, I like Tyrese. Tyrese talked about wanting to be in Sacramento before this, it seemed like it would be the perfect fit, but it's not his job to be emotionally attached to people. That might have been one of Vlade's flaws, is that he liked his guys. In fact, and I believe in them as my guys, where you can say, you know what, you guys ain't cutting it. You got to do something different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if you want to get. I guess you can give maybe Monty credit for not getting wrapped up in the emotion and the. Because I'm pretty sure he knew that people would not be happy that Tyrese. He knew that wasn't going to be like a yay, we trading Tyrese Halliburton.
Right.
Of course, Tyrese goes and balls out his first game, and it's like, oh, see, look what we've done. It's like, look what we've done. He knew that was coming. Yeah. But you got a chance to get someone who's been an all-star twice, who's 25, under contract for 2 more years, and you're Sacramento and you know that you can't turn a bunch of cap space into saying, okay, you know what? We'll wait for this guy to become a free agent, go get him. You got to do that. You can't let the emotion of everything else, stop you. You got to go ahead and make the tough decisions. And I'm willing to let this one ride out and see what becomes of it, because I think we can all agree the group as it was before wasn't going anywhere.
No, sir.
Going right back to the lottery. So I mean, even if you go back to the lottery this year, he kept the pick this year too. Yeah. So even if you go back to the lottery, that pick might be valuable in bringing in more help or getting you another drafting someone. You don't know what's going to happen. So I think, people are going to have to relax a little, let this thing play out. Maybe a guy like Richaun gets attached to that pick and you send him somewhere for, another player, maybe some more help, some more depth. I'm not convinced you give up on Richaun anyway, but I mean, you look around the league, where is he going to get moved and walk in and be the automatic starter? I don't know. We don't know how it's going to look next season. So I'm not convinced you just give, the Kings are going to you still need depth.
Yeah.
You still need that. You just can't, you can't get wrapped up in, well, he's not happy with this decision. Not that I've talked to Richaun or anything like that. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but you can't get wrapped up in, okay, this guy's not happy. Let me try to get him out of here.
Yeah.
Guys are unhappy all the time. You got to make it, but that doesn't mean you cripple your team or hurt your team. I mean, having Richaun Holmes on your bench is not a bad thing, and his contract is not crazy. I mean,
that's right. That's important.
He's basically making what Marvin was, around, not that far from what Marvin was making this year. Right. And I think, that's not a crazy deal to have on your books.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned all in all, did Monty McNair hit a home run this trade deadline?
I ain't gonna say a home run yet. I mean, I think he.
But you landed Sabonis, so you landed one of the the so-called big fish out there, and as you have pointed out a couple of times, they actually were able to move on from Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, and somehow Dante DiVincenzo is finally a member of the Sacramento Kings. So
that's the best part of this whole thing. That's the best part. And they didn't even give up Bogey to get him.
Marvin was traded for 3 guys. Like, if that's not a home run, man, I don't know what is. I still don't know how he did that.
I mean, as my buddy Bomani says, they got white Dante. I mean, that's all, So I'm just like, yeah, that's good. That's a win for them. But yeah, I think you take all that into consideration. Maybe it's a double, maybe it's a triple, maybe it's an inside the park home run. I don't know. But
Monty was really hustling, getting around the bases.
Yeah, I mean, he had to hustle on this one because I was wondering how you gonna get off of all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get off of Marvin, Buddy? We all knew Tristan was probably gonna be a part of something at some point. So it was like, how are you gonna make this work? And Detroit had been mentioned with Marvin earlier in the season, and kind of the whole, even I think I wrote one of my last King stories, wrote about the idea of Josh Jackson and Trey Lyles being a couple of guys that would make sense in return. But yeah, being able to get DiVincenzo back there to add some depth, especially with TD not playing, that was to me it's a good move. Dante's a guy you could bring back beyond this season. You'd probably pay him considerably less than you were paying Buddy. Give you some more flexibility long term. Yeah, when you put it all together, did a good job.
What do you think his role is?
I kept saying, let's wait to see what happens at the deadline. I thought Kenny was going to choke me if I said that one more time.
I never wavered. I never had an issue. I said, let my guy, young Monty, do his work. I was ready. I was ready and very patient for him.
You're just up here lying to people now. You're telling lies. What do you think DiVincenzo's role will be through the remainder of the season, or even potentially longer term?
I mean, he got just first off, just get him back acclimated to playing a regular role. Get him going, and then some of the stuff you want to be able to some shooting. If he can help with the defense, I like the idea of bringing guys who have been a part of solid defensive programs and helping to add to these guys. don't bring in somebody. You don't need anybody else who's been around somebody who can't play defense. You need guys who understand. The more guys you bring in that understand how to play defense for them, the better. So I just think, and everyone gets caught up in, well, he's been on the, remember Vlade was trying to find all the guys who had been champions and help that part of the locker room. That was part of the reason why he brought, a guy like Vince in, because he was like, Carter can be around De'Aaron right now, and the things that De'Aaron will learn from Vince won't show up, but they'll show up 2 or 3 years later. That's why he brought in guys like Ariza to help, with stuff like that. But the thing is, if you can get somebody who's younger who has all that stuff, it's probably better for them long term. That way, when they talk, it's not like, oh, that's just the old head back there urine in his mouth.
All right.
So I think he'll have it wouldn't shock me if down the road he could end up being a starter on this team. Maybe not this year, but who knows how things are going to shape up. But I've always liked his game going back to Villanova. And I thought losing him in the playoffs was going to hurt Milwaukee more, but they figured it out. So I guess it was been a year and a half coming with with Dante getting to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think he's gonna. Like I said, they've got. I'm not gonna call them the young core because I hate that phrase at this point. They got a nucleus of guys who are coming off their first contracts now, who should know enough about how to play the game, hopefully, so that next year, when you say the Kings in top 10 in the West, people aren't laughing. Because right now it's still like, okay, yeah, whatever.
How would you, if you were Monty McNair and you're in this situation, you have this roster now, you have Fox and Sabonis and, like you said, a nucleus to do some things. How would you deal with this summer? And I'm talking specifically with your first round pick. Our guy James Ham was talking about how, they may forego using that pick on themselves, try to package that in a deal to find that third guy, another big fish-like player. Do you think the Kings are, with Sabonis and Fox, are at that spot where, hey, let's try and get a big fish to make 3, top-level players, or do they still need to be working through the draft, in your opinion?
I think it depends on where that pick is.
Right.
They may play themselves into a position where that pick is like 11th. And I don't know what you can do with the 11th pick, no matter how deep the draft is. But if they get lucky and get into the top 5, now you got a legit discussion of, do we take the best player available or do we try to package this thing? And last time the best player available a couple of years ago ends up being the key to getting them Sabonis and Halliburton. If they had went need in 2020 or did something kind of off the wall, you may not have a Sabonis in that, be able to pull a deal off like that. So I think if you get in the top 5 or, or you get, you get crazy here, you get number 1, number 2, you can keep that and know you got a chance to get a superstar, or you find some team that's trying to move off of some guys, or, maybe they're breaking it up because, every year there's guys who you may have thought wouldn't get traded who get traded. I mean, I remember when I said at the end of last season, watch out for Porzingis getting moved. They can't move Porzingis. They need another max guy with Luka. Porzingis plays for the Wizards now. So anybody can get moved. They're given the situation, after the postseason. We don't know what it's going to look like. What team might implode and say, we got to, scrap this whole plan. So I think them keeping that pick is big because it gives them some flexibility. And like I said, maybe even if it's later, you package that pick and a player or two to get that, to go somewhere for a team that's, maybe looking at starting a rebuild or at least getting off some money. Now you've got some things to work with, and you still probably got some guys on your roster who might be appealing to other teams still too. So yeah, I think it all depends on where that pick is. If it's later in the lottery, it is what it is. If you can use it, great. But if not, you might get lucky and get another Tyrese type guy at 10 or 11. So we'll see. But I like the idea if they're going to try to go in and get to the postseason, taking that pick and getting the veteran for it, because they've been young for about 15 years now.
About that.
Time to start winning some games.
About that. You wrote about it in The Athletic, I think yesterday. Greatest halftime Super Bowl show of all time.
Oh, for me, my very LA bias. Yes, I know people were like, "What about Prince?" I'm like, I like Prince, but that ain't Dre and Snoop. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. That's just me. That's not Dre and Snoop, and that's just gonna be for my own biases and I think even when you look at to blend what ended up being like 5 or 6 different performances into one show.
Yeah.
That thing, they pulled that thing off nice, and then I'm noticing all the little Compton landmarks that no one else is putting. No, lots of people weren't outside of LA weren't noticing. I'm like, I think they got Tam's Burgers in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I said right there. I said then people gonna try to go to Tam's until they realize that Tam's that one is in Compton.
That's not where you think it is.
They're gonna be like, no, that ain't cool. No, we're not gonna put this on our. We're gonna find our burger, a Tam somewhere else. But yeah, I was like,
that's not on the map. That's not on the Hollywood Stars map. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself, people. Don't be like, wow, let me go to the Compton courthouse now. No, don't do that to yourself. Just go ahead and. Yeah, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed the halftime show. The game was all right too, but yeah, seeing just thinking about where Dre was in the 90s and all the controversy all those guys pretty much had. Well, most of them had. I don't think
all of them had. Yeah, all of them.
I can't think of Mary's controversy. That's why I said most.
Yeah, Mary was clean. She was just always depressed. That was
Mary. Yeah, Mary been through
bad relationships, But I mean, yeah, Snoop had.
Mary has a 22-year-old son. She's been passing off as an 18-year-old. That's me.
How you think Tariq felt seeing Monet and Kanan taking out the Super Bowl?
and just another example that the Kings can't catch a break.
Can't catch a break.
Zeke gets killed trying to get on the plane. It's like they made the promise in the draft to take Zeke Cross. Find out he's like 29. He's like what is it? The OJ Mayo of his generation.
And
you find out, wow, he's really good, but also really old.
That's phenomenal knowledge. Wasn't OJ like when he was 17, he was really like 19 or something like that?
It was something sick. It was like, this guy's the next thing coming. Like, oh, by the way, he's really old. It's like, what? And it happened, was my man who went to UCLA, what was it? Salim, I forgot his name. Was it Muhammad? The one who ended up getting drafted by Minnesota?
Yeah.
Wasn't he another one where they was like, he's not really his age?
He was like 20 his freshman year at UCLA.
Like, it's like, well, then you realize he might have been a great recruit if he was coming out of a JC. Like, of course he's going to dominate them. These kids can't even drive, and this dude can almost buy cigarettes and almost go to the liquor store on his own. I mean, of course he's going to dominate these kids.
Hey, Jay, real quick before we get out of here, Tyreek Evans reinstating. How do you know all that? Is he available to sign with a team now, or is it still a process?
18th is the day where he can sign with anyone. I had checked back in a few months ago with some of his people because the Athletic was trying to write a story about it. He wasn't interested in talking. I mean, I understand that, but but from what I've heard, he's been ready to go for a while. He's working out. For months, he's been ready, just waiting for this day where they would reinstate him. So I wish him the best. See where knowing the way this world works, Tyreek gonna end up being a Laker.
Man.
And you know what though? As wild as they look at times, I don't think LA, they'll take anything right now. I mean, people in LA was mad at LeBron going to the Super Bowl. Like, how dare you have fun in free time? When you just missed a free throw in Oakland, San Francisco, you can't go to the game, LeBron. Yeah, LA is hot right now. They're probably more mad at the Lakers than they are happy about the Rams.
That's a fact.
Yo, that's 100%.
I didn't even watch the Rams play.
So I did a little further research. That's a smidge big cap. That's a little bit deceitful leaving LA. Like they weren't in the top 10, but their population makeup is a little bit different. They still pulled a pretty monster number for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loved to make fun of LA for not caring about the sports, and
rightfully so.
You guys aren't there at the start of the game. I said, I've been to every NBA arena. most of them aren't full at tip-off except like Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Which is
They're
known as the
packed.
movie theater destination in the NBA.
Yeah, Oklahoma City is packed from the, maybe Portland gets close, but yeah, most of them aren't filled to start a game. But whenever it's LA, oh my God, they don't care. They're out there getting plastic surgery.
Yeah. Getting plastic surgery.
I've heard so many crazy LA things about why they're late to games. It ain't the traffic. They just don't love their team. Like, forgive people for having a life.
No, it's the traffic. It's 100% the traffic.
I know. You've been down there. Kenny knows.
It is absolutely the traffic. Like it is
make you not even want to go to the game.
Oh, it's so miserable down there.
If you're like 5 minutes late, you're like, whatever.
It's the professor, Jason Jones of The Athletic. Jason, we appreciate you as always, my brother. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Appreciate you.
It's Jason Jones, the professor. And most of all, man, thank you for hanging out with us here today. We'll regroup tomorrow. Sacramento Kings and the Chicago Bulls will regroup. Will they regroup? That's the story. If you missed any part of today's show, if you missed our conversation with Jason Jones, if you missed us making fun of LeBron James earlier, ripping off his jersey, or some of the various hate and bad vibes we've sent LeBron James's way, you could check our podcast out, available on Odyssey, Apple. It's available wherever you get podcasts from. Make sure you subscribe, rate, and review, and we will see you here tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Woo! This is the first time, man. We had to work today.
Yeah.
Not like trade deadline work where it was like, oh my God, what's happening? Or Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah, this was a July 17th work day.
The Kings don't even play tonight.
Kenny's back to eating during the show.
Arbor.
You are? Oh. Oh, man. C-Dub.
So you guys
you.
wanted to know, I once again, I'm always about like, why would the other team do this? I guess Spot Track, I guess they've got their trade machine going, and I trust them with the contracts and everything. Richaun Holmes for Dylan Brooks works.
Stop. Kenny, stop it.
Huh? No, I'm not doing that. Maybe a conditional future first, but Dylan Brooks only got 1 year left on his contract.
Do that. Oh.
He got 1 year left. They got to pay Ja. My lottery protected. But but where is he going to play? That's the whole point. Like, we'd have to take on Steven Adams too, maybe, or a third team or something like that. So,
well, how much you love him? How much you love him? You love him enough to take Steven Adams?
Steven Adams, backup center.
Best in your love. I've always liked Steven Adams. I liked him more years ago, but yeah, but that's another. I don't hate it, but Charlotte, well, they also didn't they just get someone at the deadline? And they got the Plumlees.
They got the Plumlees, and they got all they got somebody at the deadline.
I feel like because I remember I think I tweeted from so this takes them out of the Richaun Holmes conversation. I can't remember who it was, but they definitely acquired someone.
But they just keep adding. No, Montrezl Harrell. That's what it was. They just keep adding big men though.
Yeah.
We say that well, they don't want a center anymore. Oh, look, it just added another center.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it.
I feel like they need a shooting guard. Shooting guard.
Oh, there you go, Lazy. Was it Montrezl Harrell?
Yeah, it was Trez. Yep.
Okay. There you go, Lazy. Oh, sorry. Signet. Everybody had that except my stupid ass. So good job, y'all. Appreciate you.
Patrick, the Blazers say no.
Patrick trolling.
TC, I don't know if I'd do that. You know, I love Dylan Brooks, but I don't think I'd do that one. Dylan Brooks is also a little injury prone too. That's a dirty little secret with him. Is he still out right now? He might be out right now. Scary Terry? No. I like Scary Terry. Not sure maybe he fits with De'Aaron. I don't know. You think he would? Yeah. LaMelo's a little more he's a little more of a pass first PG. He just got paid. Jesus, it's been that long already.
You know, obviously it's not our concern. You think Phoenix is going to trade DeAndre Ayton?
I mean,
I don't think that.
So
I don't think that's working. Or like meaning not the players and not the. I don't think that long-term conversation.
So one of the things, and take it for what it's worth, I think it was Windhorse who said this, but he expressed how one of the reasons why Phoenix was hesitant to give him the max is over the summer is because I forgot how he worded it, but there's only a certain amount of max contracts you can sign somebody to. Like maybe you could trade for one or whatever, or you could have on your roster. Something about essentially they were keeping a max slot open for the possibility of Ben Simmons. And that's one of the reasons why they were hesitant to like lock up Ayton, because it's not a franchise player, I forgot what it was, but if they did that, they wouldn't have the capability to bring in a Simmons. So now that Simmons is off the market, maybe they go back to the table and they're like, all right, DeAndre will give you what you're looking for. Yeah, what Marcus said, you can only sign 2 5-year max players, but they would have been traded for Simmons. So I don't know how that works, but yeah, you can only sign 2-year max.
Okay. I don't think
He's Simmons is gone or off the market, I should say. So
oh, look at that. Tyler's Kenny's burner account. Who knew? Who knew? I always thought Tyler was his own person. Oh, well, yeah, that's it's Kenny. No wonder you've been looking down so much today. Is Kenny's been sending messages on YouTube. My goodness.
Is Cole in here? Is Cole in here? I need to know.
I don't know. I tune him out as much as possible.
Cole, you gotta respond within the next 20 seconds.
He's here.
Okay.
Why? What was the question?
I was going to say something. It was about, you said I was looking down so much. I was watching this soccer match and he wants me. Okay. I ain't going to say that. I'll shut up.
Oh, he's watching?
Yeah. No spoiler.
Oh, so he don't know. Oh, man. It'd be cold. It'd be cold.
Cold.
Cold. It'd be cold.
Oh my God. And he's watching with his daughter. So
that changes it.
So.
That changes it.
Yeah.
That changes it. We'll get out of here. Yes, I like Malik Monk too. Yes, Kenny Tyler. I like Malik Monk as well. man. All right, let's get out of here. No.
Well, I think I got a top 5 pick.
Yeah, I mean Washington might listen, but what's that? 1 year left for Brad after that?
Yeah, it'd be a bad deal for the Kings. You mean like Washington might do it, right?
I mean, but Washington's got to realize this thing's going to come to Washington and Portland need to come to the same realization.
Yeah.
That's funny. All right, y'all. We'll end on this question. I don't know. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's number one. He was just wondering who he is. Let the man ask a question. Let the man ask a question. Hey, man, look, you got questions? You come to D'Lo and Casey for answers. Hey, sometimes we ain't got them.
Over there and say that. Why? It's uncalled for, man.
It is. See, like he knows what he's doing. Come on, y'all are instigators.
We're straight edge like CM Punk over here, man. We're trying to be straight edge.
All right.
But you guys keep pulling us back in.
I'll do better. I'll do better.
Hopefully
you guys stop telling those jokes. No, I'm not going to do that. I will not say such a thing. Appreciate y'all, man. Well, okay. How about we'll end on that one then? How about that?
C-Dub from NorCal. Appreciate you, Brody.
We love y'all, man. We'll see you tomorrow.
Holla.